that makes the camera come on to us.
So just push it when I start talking.
When you start, and then if you stop talking,
Right, good morning to everybody. The time is now 9:30, so the inquiry is resumed. Welcome to day 3 of our inquiry. For those that haven't been before, my name is Helen Harkenhall and I am a Chartered Town Planner, an Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State for Levelling Up Housing and Communities to hold this inquiry. So the inquiry, as we know, is into an appeal made by Brandon Estates Limited for the demolition of existing buildings and an outline planning application for residential development, including access, open space, infrastructure, sports pitch, pavilion and car park on the site of the Coventry Stadium, on Brandon Stadium, I should say, on Rugby Road near Coventry. So before we start, just the usual housekeeping matters. Mobile phones, can you turn them on silent, please, or completely off? Laptop notifications as well, if you can turn those off, then they don't distract us, that would be helpful too. Is anybody intending to record the event today? We have a gentleman from the press. No? Okay, all right, thank you. Fire procedure for this morning. I'm not aware there is to be a fire drill, but if there is one, presumably that will be the real thing. So if it sounds, please can I ask everyone to make their way down the main staircase, out of the main doors of the Town Hall, and then to congregate at the entrance to Caldecott Park. And then an officer of the council will give us instructions when it's safe to re-enter the building. Now, from yesterday, just a few updates and outstanding documents just to check up on for my own benefit. I think yesterday, Mr. Richards, you mentioned the affordable housing statement was going to be ready.
Yes, and it went to counsel for the appellants and the Rule 6 parties yesterday. You'll recall that I undertook to show it to them before presenting it to you. I'm still waiting back for a yay, nay, or maybe.
Okay, that's fine. Well, all I need is at least 24 hours in advance of that particular session, then I've got time to read it, that's all. But we've got plenty of time, so I'm sure I'll be seeing it shortly.
Yes, received that last night. I forwarded it immediately on, and I've not yet had the opportunity to speak to my affordable housing witness.
Okay, that's fine. There's plenty of time anyway. Okay, thank you. Anything further from any party before we start today?
The only thing which I was just going to raise at this stage, and it may well not be a matter ultimately that we're able to conclude at this stage, but just so that you know at least some of the thought processes that are going on. As we know, Mr. Ford, we were not able to deal with his evidence yesterday, but we understand that he is to come back on Wednesday morning. My witness, Mr. Clark, who obviously sequentially was anticipating to be heard after Mr. Ford, now finds himself first thing on Tuesday morning, so that doesn't really work in terms of that aspect. Mr. Clark would want to hear what Mr. Ford would have to say before being able to respond to it. So logically, that is evidence that needs sequentially to be dealt with. We had looked to see whether or not we could get Mr. Osborne to come in on Wednesday afternoon. He has a board meeting elsewhere. Yeah, I know. So sadly, he can't come on Wednesday. He can come on Thursday. But I recognise that what we may end up with is needing to look at a little bit of a rejig of the overall order in order to be able to accommodate all those various moving parts.
We need to have some sort of some reorganisation of appearances. If parties wish to suggest something to me, if you can coordinate and obviously taking account of availability, I'm happy to consider something as an alternative programme. Certainly, I think we'll be going into Friday now for closings, if nothing else, which is absolutely fine. We've got the time.
Well, funnily enough, that's what we were discussing 5 minutes ago. And we thought that
Great minds think alike.
we thought that closings were likely to be Friday. We don't need to decide now, but one option would be to finish here on Thursday and to log on a Teams call on Friday morning for wherever was convenient for all of us and do closings on a Teams call.
That's an option, yeah. I mean, open to either suggestion, really.
Well, I thought
whichever is most convenient to all parties, I really don't mind.
Yeah. It will save extending hotel bookings by another night. And
well, I've already got my booking anyway. I always hedge my bets, so
okay.
It doesn't matter for me.
All right, so we'll look at that
right.
and come up with a draft programme for you.
Right. No, that's fine. I'm happy to look at something. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Right. We also have to put, hopefully put Mr Rees in as well at some point if he's fit to appear.
Yes.
Because the gentleman has COVID, so hopefully he might be able to appear by Wednesday or Thursday next week as well. So we need to try and accommodate him for half an hour or so. Yeah, okay.
The only concern is that the later things go, then Friday may not be finishing. I think if it slips too much, if lots of new evidence comes in, my practice is to write a closing having heard the evidence. So that's
why I'm flexible in terms
yes,
of closes, because
so,
clearly you do need time to prepare those
So I just
submissions,
flag up that if it all gets too boxed in, then we may have to think about, for example, just as an illustration, which may or not be convenient to anybody, the Monday following, not by teams. I just raised that. I'm not going firm on it. It's just one's seen too many of these inquiries over too many years where, yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I certainly don't want closings in writing. I think that causes issues, but I'm quite happy to have closings virtually on an alternative day the week after if people are available to do so. But we'll address that next week or over the course of the programme and see how things go. But I'm certainly open to that, yeah. Okay, all right then, thank you. So, in terms of today's proceedings, we're going to start with the Rule 6 Party SCS's evidence. And we have Mr Hunter here today, who's going to give evidence. So, Mr Humphreys, when you're ready, do you want to introduce your witness, please?
Mr Hunter, you're, just to help you, because it's your first day at the inquiry, you've got a microphone in front of you, and when you want to speak, if you press it's the button push to talk under number 5. All right, that's great. You've got your main proof of evidence and also your rebuttal. If I can introduce you, please, you're William Warren Hunter. Tell us you're a company director and a shareholder and managing director of Hunter Pack Produce Limited, having been a director of that company for some 26 years. Could you read from the second sentence in paragraph 1 and just read through to I think the easiest thing, just read through to the end of the 2 pages of your main proof, please.
I am also a former stock car driver and make this statement to oppose the appeal and as part of my efforts to return motorsport to Coventry Stadium. The facts to which I refer are within my own knowledge unless otherwise stated, in which case I believe them to be true. There is produced to me an Appendix WH1 to which I will refer by page number. As a former stock car driver, I have completed many times at Coventry Stadium and believe it to be the Wembley of stock car tracks. I have 3 sons, all but my youngest son have raced at Coventry. We have all won races at Coventry Stadium. My youngest son will race in Formula 1 stock cars next year when he's 16 years old and eligible to race. He is currently racing national mini stocks, which is a 11-to-16 event. My objective is to ensure that he can compete and win a race at Coventry Stadium. I want to see this important heritage asset retained and motorsport restored to Coventry Stadium. Before I had any knowledge of Save Coventry Speedway and Stocks campaign, I visited Coventry Stadium with Alistair Bergwin, a representative of the current owner, on the 20th of May 2020. I am aware from that visit that the grandstand had been damaged by vandalism and fire. Motorsport can be restored, however, without using the grandstand, and its condition does not affect my plans. On the 21st of March 2017, I inquired about buying Coventry Stadium. I submitted 2 years of trading accounts as requested by the appellant. The reply implied that the appellant valued the stadium on a residential development basis rather than existing use. I did not think that to be appropriate. On the 20th of May 2020, I visited Coventry Stadium with Alistair Bergwin, a representative of the appellant, when I was able to see the damage caused by fire and vandalism. On the 27th of May 2020, I made an offer to buy Coventry Stadium, to restore it for motorsport use. In the reply, it was confirmed that my offer was being considered. There has been no further response. I wish to acquire Coventry Stadium and believe that I have access to the means to be able to do so. My company's last accounts filed with the Register of Companies declare a turnover of 51.8 million and total shareholders' funds of 19.98 million. Reinstatement of speedway and stock car racing will be on the basis of spectators being restricted to the terracing on the first and second bends, the back straight terracing and the third and fourth bends, and I believe the arrangements proposed would enable to approximately 6,000 people to attend motorsport meetings. I refer to a schedule of reinstatement works with an estimate of the capital cost of reinstating speedway and stock car racing at Coventry. This puts the estimate for reinstating racing in the short term without the use of the grandstand at a total cost of approximately 736,000, including a 15% contingency, some of which is likely to be covered by sponsorship. I believe the works proposed and the cost estimated to be realistic, and I'm happy to include them in my plans and budgets. I have access to the funds required. If restored for motorsport use, there will be 3 separate businesses, as is normal. Ownership of the stadium, the stock car promotion, and the speedway promotion. The stadium owner will rent the stadium to the stock car and speedway promoters and generate revenue from rent and food and drink sales. This is a successful model which is applied elsewhere. I do not intend to promote speedway. I am aware that Poole Speedway promoter Matt Ford has expressed an interest in running the speedway team at Coventry. I am aware of Mr. Ford's track record and success. I will be willing to rent the stadium to Mr. Ford at a fair rent to allow him to run speedway if motorsport is restored. Terms can be agreed and the necessary licensing arrangements concluded with the sport's national governing body. I have the necessary business experience to complete the acquisition of Coventry Stadium and the restoration of motorsport. My intention is to be involved in the stadium ownership and management. If agreement can be concluded, I will be happy to join forces with others in a joint venture or consortium to repair or replace the stands, etc. I have met and am aware of the interest of John Worley, Managing Director of Nationwide Windows and Doors Limited, and will be happy to consider that possibility with him. I also intend to put in place the necessary legal and constitutional arrangements to ensure that Coventry Stadium is preserved for motorsport use and protected from the risk of any future speculative development.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hunter. In terms of your rebuttal proof of evidence, I'm not going to ask you to go through all of that. I just wanted to pick out a couple of points, please. First, at the foot of page 2, numbered page 2, there's a paragraph at the bottom of page 2, which is little g, which begins at paragraph 7.3 to 7.7. And where you say that in Mr. Hooper's proof of evidence, the support of some local residents for the appeal scheme is referred to. And then you say, I'm aware that it has been suggested, I think by some local residents, that I will use Coventry Stadium for parking for heavy goods vehicles used by my business. This is not the case. I reject the suggestion. I just wondered if you could amplify your position in relation to that, why you wouldn't be using the car park for lorry parking.
Well, basically, it's not in the right place for us. We grow a lot of our crops in Shropshire, Yorkshire and Scotland, and we're based in Preston, Lancashire. So Rugby or Coventry is not on the way back from neither Shropshire, Yorkshire or Scotland if you're going to Preston. So I think, I don't know where that's come from, but...
No, thank you for that. We have the little h just at the top of page 3. You refer to, as you referred in your main proof, to the offer to buy the appeal site in 27th of May 2020. You also refer in your main proof to the previous offer in 2017 expressing your interest, and the inspector has got in your appendix 1 the 2017 letter or email, and as you say under H, the 27th of May 2020 email or correspondence is at CD 15.5.14. I don't ask you to have that in front of you, though if any questions we can make sure you have that in front of you. Thank you. In terms of visiting the site, you've told us that you went in 2020, on the 20th of May 2020. Is it the position you haven't been back since?
Yeah, that's correct. I have seen photographs, though, extensive photographs.
And are those recent photographs?
Yeah.
I mean, how recent? In this year or last year?
This year.
Thank you. Yes, if you just wait there, Mr. Goatley may have some questions for you. Thank you very much.
Right, thank you, Mr. Humphreys. Mr. Hunter. Yes, Mr. Goatley, any questions you'd like to ask, please?
Indeed. Mr. Hunter, good morning. Mr. Hunter, purely to assist the inquiry by way of establishing what you are able to tell the inspector and not, are you a structural engineer, building engineer, costs consultant, or otherwise experienced or qualified in any of those disciplines?
No, I'm not, no. But I've been involved in putting a lot of buildings up in my business.
Yeah. You, in your main proof of evidence, you tell us about what would be, and this is in paragraph 9, the basis of your approach for reinstatement of speedway and stock car racing. Has that been put together both as a building plan and a financial plan, and has that been the subject of any costs assessment by someone of the variety that I put to you a few moments ago?
Coventry Stadium and Dave Carter.
Right. When was that put together? What's the date for that?
I don't know that.
So it'd be fair to say you didn't put together that list of items on page 5?
No.
Mr. Rees, we may yet get to hear from. There are various quotes and estimates which are referred to. I take it you haven't got access to any of those.
The what, sorry?
There are the fourth item, page 5 of...
Not here in front of me, no.
No. David Lestrade, do you know who he is?
No.
Or Keith Chapman?
No.
As far as Steve Rees, is that someone you have met and had dealings with?
Yeah.
Right. And have you had dealings with him in respect of these costs items?
I've not, no.
If it's not a matter for you, tell me so, and I'll just continue this line of questioning. But it appears in your proof of evidence, that's the reason I'm asking you at the moment. But so far as those various items, have any of those items been put together or considered or reconsidered in the light of the structural survey and cost plan which is appended to Mr. Hooper's evidence?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of the question.
Your page 5. Which is your cost sheet. Have any of those been the subject of either consideration or reconsideration, having seen the structural engineer's report and the cost plan, which is appended to Mr. Hooper's evidence, which is before this inquiry?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Right. Have you seen Mr. Hooper's evidence?
As regards...
Mr. Hooper's evidence to this inquiry, which is another of the witnesses, one of the witnesses who I'm going to be calling. Have you seen that?
Yeah, it's the part that's in my reboot, yeah. Rebuttal.
Right. And in terms of his evidence, he had a number of appendices. It's CD 16.3.1. Have you seen that proof of evidence and appendices?
No, I don't think I have.
Right. Okay. What that has at appendices 3 and 4 are, first of all, a structural engineer's report, and at appendix 4, a costing of a scheme of works looking at potential reinstatement.
The 13.6 million?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you been through that?
I've not been through it, no, but I know of the figure of 13.6 million.
Right. Those who drew up the schedule on page 5 of works and costs, have any of those been looked at in the light of what Mr. Hooper's appendices have disclosed?
If I could just say, I think the figure of 13.6
No,
million...
it's not a question of making speeches. You're here to answer my questions with respect, Mr. Hunter. Is that an exercise that's been undertaken?
No.
No. Thank you very much. You make reference for arrangements to enable a capacity of approximately 6,000 people to attend motorsport meetings. Is there a plan or other arrangement that we can see that indicates how that figure is made up and where such people, if they were to attend at the stadium site, would be accommodated?
Well, on the first and second bend,
Yeah, rather than say that, because I've been to a number of stadia of a whole variety of different sports, and if one looks at sports stadia plans, they will indicate where people are or can be accommodated, or are anticipated to be accommodated, and will be accommodated safely, having regard to, among other things, various matters like safety fencing and vomitories and other matters in order to get people in and out of that particular stadium. Is there a similar plan which indicates where those people would be accommodated?
no.
Helps, Mr. Gill. I think those terraces are standing rather than seating, so maybe there isn't a plan as such, if you see what I mean.
That comes to my next point. When you're looking to have a stadium open for the paying public, or indeed anyone, it will be necessary for that to be the subject of site licensing from the local authority for the health and safety matters. That would specifically have to be aware of how many people could be accommodated, standing or otherwise, on terraces, yes?
Yeah.
Is there any plan that's been prepared in order to indicate how that could be safely accommodated?
No.
Has there been any contact with a health and safety authority, being the council, or for that matter, health and safety professionals, who've advised as to the desirability or practicability of what you're proposing?
No.
Upon what basis, in terms purely of desire, have you arrived at the figure of 6,000? Where does that come from?
Experience and being involved in stock car racing for 35 years.
Do you mean in terms of capacity or
Yes.
in terms of likely
Well,
attendance?
Two things there. First of all, capacity. Because obviously it's a figure of 6,000, and so rather than necessarily simply channeling that into one, I want to understand where the figure was coming from. So the 6,000 is your experience of other stadia?
Other stadiums.
In terms of attendance, is there any data available to us as to attendance? And do I take it that as far as you're concerned, you're speaking only about stock car racing, not speedway? Are you
Yeah.
speaking about one or both of those?
Well, mainly stock car racing.
Stock car racing. Is there any data available in respect of stock car racing as to attendance at stock car events?
I wouldn't know about data, no. There will be somewhere, I'm sure.
Okay. So far as Speedway is concerned, just to complete the point, I take it you're not able to assist the inspector as to any attendance data on any Speedway stadiums?
No.
Thank you. Bear with me for a moment. Have you seen any business plan setting out the financial basis for not only carrying out the reinstatement works, but also the operational continued activities at the site if your suggested scheme were to come about?
No, I am the business plan if I buy it.
Has anything been committed to paper in order to explain what the basis and the realism of that is?
No.
Thank you. Have you taken any professional advice as to what building, structural or other works would be necessary to be carried out in order to have the premises fit in order to be able to be safely open to the public?
Not outside, no. Just my view.
So it would be fair to observe that if those works were of a variety or an extent that went beyond that which constitutes permitted development, it may be necessary for planning permission to be obtained in order to be able to carry out those works. Yes?
No, because everything's there that we need.
Not if you're going to have to carry out development, they're not.
Yeah, but I don't think we need to carry out development.
Right. But you haven't had anyone to say, external to your group, who has had any of the professional expertise to indicate what would be the works required in order to make it fit in health and safety and other terms and licensing terms to be available for a public event. That's correct, isn't it?
Not an outside person, no. But it's my experiences of building in business.
You are not a building contractor,
No,
and you don't have any qualifications, experience or expertise in building, is that correct?
qualifications, no, no.
Have you held any positions in a building company?
No.
You refer to the West Midlands Mayor, so too does Mr. Carter. I will take on any questions, I think, fairly with him rather than you. Mr. Hunter, thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Gopley, and thank you too as well,
Thank you.
Mr. Hunter. Mr. Humber, is there anything by way of re-examination?
Just one, please, Mr. Hunter. Thank you very much. Hitherto, you've indicated that it's on the record that the appellants are not prepared to sell to you at the moment. Just in terms, and then you've been asked what steps you've taken, business plan, etc. Just in terms of what you see the next steps in relation to this process. What do you see happening from now on?
Well, if the site does become for sale, then evaluation, I would want a valuation done on it, an assessment of all the damage and, you know, a view from outside parties of, you know, where we take it from there.
Okay.
Just ask Mr. Hunter, once that work's been undertaken, clearly this project will have a significant financial risk to yourself potentially. So depending on the outcome of that, could there be a stage where you may decide that it isn't viable for whatever reason, depending on the outcome of some of those further investigations?
Well, I mean, there's always, you know, there's always a stage when whatever you do, you don't think, you know, sometimes I don't think growing carrots is viable, but you know what I mean? At the minute, I think stock car racing at Coventry Stadium is viable That's why I put an offer in, and I'm still interested. But
Have confidence that that is the case. On the information, the evidence you've seen so far, you have confidence that that is the case.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hunter. Anything
Thank
else,
you.
Mr. Humphreys? No. Okay then. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Hunter. What, 5 minutes, Mr. Carter, just to swap over and set up? Yes, we'll have a short adjournment for 5 minutes then. Thank you.
I think I'm ready. I'm relying on electronic documentation pretty much, so you're never quite sure.
Somewhere between my guess last night and this morning, I guess I'm just getting it on.
As far as I'm concerned, find what you need. Because I have to say, we've all been there, so.
No. You also have a rebuttal, I think, of Mr. Osborne's. But may I introduce you first, please, to the inquiry from your planning proof of evidence. I don't think we need to, anyone else needs to turn it up, but you set out there that you're David Carter, you're a chartered town planner with more than 40 years of experience. Most of your career involved working in the West Midlands, mainly with Birmingham City Council. Since retiring from the City Council in 2014, you've worked as a self-employed consultant until 2019, including for Luton Council and the London Borough of Waltham Forest. And then in mid-2019 until early 2021, you worked as a planning inspector. And since then, you've been working again as a planning consultant. Is that right?
A part-time planning consultant, that's correct.
Right, yes. Thank you. Now, we can put your planning proof to one side. I just needed to introduce you to the inquiry and go to your proof of evidence, please, for the sports issues. And could you please just read paragraph 1, just so that we know what you're focused on, please?
Yes, this proof relates to the continuing need for speedway and stock car racing to be held at the appeal site and the financial viability of this. My evidence also provides a summary about speedway and stock car racing in the UK and the role that Coventry Stadium played in both sports, as well as background to the campaign group.
Thank you. I think there are a number of points which came up yesterday which you want to touch upon from when Mr.
Yes.
Allen was giving evidence, but just in terms of paragraph 2 of your proof, I'm not going to be asking you to read all of this out, but you there set out that SCS has provided numerous representations which are before the inquiry, and helpfully, the core documents have a different scheme, but here you've put them in chronological order. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes. I'm sorry, madam, for your purposes, some of these are quite lengthy, but we thought it would be helpful if you at least had them in the sequential order, because a lot's been said by SCS over the years. So far as, just going back to paragraph 1, we've heard, where you were talking about speedway and stock car racing, we've heard from Mr. Morris as an interested party. He's come along to give us some evidence concerning speedway, and there's been some cross-examination of that. Mr. Ford still has to give evidence regarding speedway. Mr. Rees, another interested party, his evidence, his written statement thus far, is concerned with stock car racing. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so far as you are concerned, your interest, obviously you've got your professional planning consultant's hat on, but you also have a personal interest in stock car racing. Is that right?
That's correct. Just by way of background, I first attended a stock car meeting in 1969 when I was taken by relatives, and I've been going and being involved in it ever since. In around about 1999, I started working at stock car race meetings as an official, controlling the meetings from race control. And in 2006, I think it was, I was asked to become the secretary of the Brisker Formula One Management Board, which is one of the governing bodies that Mr. Rees is the current chair of. So I've been quite closely involved in stock car racing for a number of years.
That's great, thank you. Now, yesterday, at KK, when Mr. Allen was being cross-examined, you were concerned, you expressed your concern to me that a number of points had been raised, which you would want to comment on what was said. Could you just help us with
Yes.
those points?
Yes, I'd like to take you through a few things, if I may, Ma'am. And I think it's quite important in the sense because the representations that we've made over the years now, we've raised a lot of points, as you have no doubt seen. But we're actually quite concerned that quite a lot of the points we've raised haven't really been addressed by the appellants. And I think, the first time you raise them, if they've not been dealt with, that's sort of quite understandable. But having raised those points, to then have reports updated and to still have the same sort of errors, maybe, in those documents, and to not address the comments that have been made, we think is quite an important point.
Can you clarify for me what those comments are briefly? Or
that's what I was going to go through. I was going to go through, and if this gets too long and tedious, please let me know. But the first one I was going to start with was Leicester Speedway. And I wanted to, and I'm looking here at core document 1553, if you have that available. Perhaps everybody could tell me when you're ready to carry on. (1553), yes, Appendix 2, which is PDF page 17. So I was just going to read out this letter was written by Mr. Horton, who was the Coventry Speedway promoter and the promoter who tried to take the Coventry Bees to Leicester, if you remember from yesterday. And he wrote this letter and said, despite the very best intentions and efforts to keep the Bees on track, racing out of Leicester, it has proved to be disastrous. We have suffered losses of over £40,000. This includes having to sell off the club's elite assets, 10 rider contracts to the value of £20,000 sold to the governing body, BSPA. It is painfully clear that trying to run our historic club away from Brandon Rugby area has been detrimental to the business. On top of this, the withholding of an asset air fence has not helped our cause. To continue racing out of Leicester, we would need further investment sponsorship of £45,000 just to remain in the bottom tier of Speedway. That's the third tier we're talking about. My family and my own business, Europress, has exhausted its funding, and unless a commitment of funding comes forward within the next 6 weeks, the club will cease to run and be put on ice, which in my opinion could be a point of no return. Coventry Speedway needs to be racing in the Rugby Coventry areas. Through no fault of Coventry Speedway, we have lost our home. After that, I was then going to go on to, I think it's Appendix 4, which is about Wolverhampton Speedway, and that's on page 20. And that's an email that was sent by Chris Van Stratton, who we heard from on Tuesday. And I was just going to read out the third paragraph, which is, since the closure of Brandon Stadium and the subsequent loss of Coventry Bees Speedway Club, we have not had any notable influx of Coventry Speedway supporters, and in fact our turnover has been reduced by the loss of around 3 derby matches against Coventry, which regularly recorded our highest attendances of the season. So I think this was a point that was made yesterday, just saying that, well, Speedway supporters can just go elsewhere to another track. And I think that addresses that point, that people who used to watch Coventry Bees essentially watched Coventry Bees because they were local to them. The next appendix is number 5, where I wanted to draw your attention again to an email, this time from Mark Bates. And this email deals with the question of, well, would it be possible to run stock cars at Leicester? Traditionally, Leicester used to run at the old Leicester Stadium, which closed in, I think it was about 1984, but I might be wrong on that. And as usual with these things, we're always told as supporters, oh, there's a search going to be put out for a new stadium, will be relocated. That was built as a built on as a housing estate. And of course, Speedway has returned to Leicester. So the question is, well, would it be possible to run stock cars there? And what this email confirms is that it wouldn't be possible to run stock cars there, because it would need planning consent. It would need the additional infrastructure like safety fencing. But the key thing, I think, is the lack of an area for pits and parking for particularly for the race transporters, but also the larger crowds that would be attracted to a stock car meeting. So he concludes by saying there's no way it would be commercially viable to turn Leicester into a venue that could accommodate stock cars. If I could then go on to Appendix 6, and it's page 26 of the PDF, and this is Frampton's assessment of the sports needs, which has come up before. Page 26, paragraph 110. And again, this deals with the ability for supporters to simply transfer to other tracks to watch their speedway. And I was going to read out the part in red, where the campaign group considers the 60-minute travel time to be unsuitable for both sports, but particularly for the assessment of speedway. The group considers that any facility accommodating the Coventry or Brandon Bees, by definition, has to be located very close to the existing stadium. The experience of third-tier Coventry Bees team being based in Leicester has not worked. The supporter base is not prepared to travel on a regular basis, and that refers back to the letter that I started with. And I also wanted to draw out the next point, which is the similar experience in this area where Coventry City Football Club, if you remember, a few years were kicked out of their stadium when I think it was when the Wasps Rugby Football Club took over the stadium. So what they did was that the Coventry City Football Club team played a season, I think, at least one season of its matches at Sixfield Stadium in Northampton. And that was when they lost the access to what was then called the Ricoh Arena. And the critical thing from this, although it was for football, is that the average support to home matches for Coventry City playing in Northampton was between about 1,000 and 2,000 people, whereas when they returned to the Ricoh Arena in 2014, crowds returned to a level of about back over 10,000. And now that Coventry have moved up the football ladder, or back up the football ladder, I think their attendances have even reached as high as 30,000 for a match with Birmingham City, which was a sort of a derby match. So it just shows how the proximity of the facility to the named place which it's representing, how important that is. Speedways are primarily team-based sports, so therefore they must be based in their respective area. Possibly the most significant point completely missed in the assessment that was carried out by Frampton is the role played by Brandon Stadium for both sports. And in stock car racing, it was regarded as the Wembley Stadium of the sport. I think, why was it regarded as that? Apart from the fact that the facilities in the stadium were good in terms of restaurant, bars, cover, terracing, it's its central location in the middle of the country, close to the national transport network, and that the quality of the facilities and the capacity of the stadium enabled the holding of regular national and international events. If I can then jump in the same document to paragraph 1.14, which talks about the ANOG. And again, I'd like to read the paragraph in red. For Speedway, the catchment area is to serve the surrounding areas, Coventry and Rugby, for the purposes of providing a venue for top league competitive speedway as part of national leagues. Moving out of the Coventry Rugby area is simply unacceptable, as the events of 2018 have proved. It also serves a national and international role in providing a high-capacity venue to accommodate national and international events. In relation to stock car racing, I think the situation there is a bit different, as the venue served the whole of the UK market, driven principally by its central location, and it's functioning as effectively as the national stadium for stock car racing. It's hosted more national and international events for stock car racing than any other venue, and which are either other venues, either open or closed. And since it was closed, when this was written, no alternative stadium has been able to take that mantle. That's changed slightly with the reopening of Bradford Stadium to stock car racing, because that is an elite sport venue with a high capacity as well. So that's been a welcome return to the fold, and that was reopened by Mr. Rees, actually. So if there are any questions on that, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer those. Can I just stop and get some water, please? There's one there.
I'm not sure that's going to be enough, Mr.
It possibly won't be. Sorry, I was drying up there. Okay, so I think that's all I was going to refer to in that particular core document. The next one I was going to refer to was the SCS Summary of Errors and Untruths from January 2019, which is CD 10.18. Excuse me. Thank you very much. If you, the second page of that document, the top row of the table on that page, the non-technical summary from Brandon Estates referred to a capacity of 5,000 maximum people in the stadium, and that figure is incorrect. It's 12,500. Just 1 month before the closure of the stadium, 10,500 people attended the 2016 Formula One Stock Car World Championship meeting.
Presumably that's the licensed capacity, is it?
I believe so, yes.
Right, okay, yeah. Thank you.
That was as licensed when it was operational. And you know, obviously, the point that was put to Mr. Hunter, it would obviously have to be relicensed as necessary, and making sure that all health and safety regulations are fully adhered to. The other point I was just going to make on that is that the marketing document that was prepared by GVA on behalf of the, I guess it wasn't the appellant at the time, it might have been Mr. Sandu, I suppose, but that actually stated the capacity as 12,500 as well.
Inspector's note, I think that's at Appendix 2 of this document, the actual...
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is...
Of this CD 10.8.
I'm sorry.
I'm afraid I haven't got a PDF number.
I'm sorry, I didn't write down the PDF number. I'll try and find it for you.
10.18.
Appendix 2 is PDF page 24.
Whilst we're at Appendix 2, if we just turn back a page, maybe to a letter from Guest Wilson Chartered Accountants.
Yes.
Signed
Yes.
by directors. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, that appendix is quite important because it confirms that every year since 2008, when Coventry Racing Club were responsible for the speedway and stock cars at Coventry Stadium, only in the period 2009 to 2011, the company also ran greyhound racing. But in the years when greyhound racing was run, the company made considerable losses. In all other years, when only speedway and stock car racing was taking place, the company made a profit. Later on in the document, the next one, I think it's Appendix 13, which I will find for you, which starts on PDF 38. If you've got that, Ma'am. The reason I've just highlighted this is because there you can see on the top left photograph the gates at the main entrance before they were boarded up, and on the right-hand side is the barrier to the entrance that goes to the pit gate. So as you can see, there are low barriers, and actually there's nothing to stop people either climbing through or jumping over them to access the site. But the critical thing is that they both provide views into the open site beyond, with the stadium, as you can see on the photograph on the left, actually appearing really quite a distance away.
There into the green belt and openness issues, aren't we, rather than sports
Yeah,
issues? We
yeah.
had this conversation yesterday,
Yeah.
didn't we, about the
Okay.
gates? Yeah, thank you.
Appendix 16, if I may. This appendix summarises the profit and loss account for Coventry Speedway Limited after it had been sold to Mr. Horton to run the speedway at Coventry Stadium, and the profit and loss is the line highlighted. As you can see, he started running at a loss and then moved into profit. The reason for that is that when he purchased the rights to run the speedway, that was purchased over a 4-year period, 4-year payback. So we understand the amount was around £200,000 to be paid back over 4 years. So that explains the losses in the early years. Appendix 17. Yes. Appendix 17 refers to the number of operational speedway tracks, which I think is something that also came up yesterday. That graphic there shows the number of tracks operating 1998 to 2017, and I thought, Ma'am, it would be just useful if I gave you the figures for the years 2018 onwards. So 2018 there were 26 tracks, 2019 23 tracks, 2020 there was no racing because of COVID anywhere, 2021 there were 18 tracks, 2022 18 tracks, 2023 19 tracks. There is a track in the Isle of Wight as well, but that operates outside the normal league basis. So the track losses, obviously COVID had an impact on the losses of tracks. 5 tracks were lost over that period. Swindon never returned following COVID for reasons that might come out from Mr. Osborne potentially. Somerset also never returned after COVID. The clubhouse there was crucial to the business, but that couldn't operate under COVID restrictions, which caused that downfall. Eastbourne was closed in 2021. Again, we believe partly due to COVID, but also potentially how the business was run at that location. Isle of Wight, as I mentioned, chose to go its own way. In Stoke, that venue was sold for development. Appendix 22, which is on page 50. This is a letter of objection that was sent by or on behalf of the British Stock Car Drivers Association. I point that out because the British Stock Car Association is actually the oldest standing governing body within the sport, and it's specifically as an association that represents Formula One stock car drivers. Appendix 27. Actually, that's the Leicester letter again. It appears in two places, so we don't need to deal with that. The next document I wanted to go to, Ma'am, was CD 15.1.8. Yes. It's CD 15.1.8. And there's a section between pages 31 and 40. No, there isn't. What's gone wrong? 7 pages. Yes. 10. I beg your pardon, I'm in the wrong document. It's 1020. Yes, sorry about that. This is the hazards of relying on electronic documentation. Oops. This one does have a page 31, unfortunately. I think. Yes, starting on page 31, going to around page 40, Ma'am, there's a sort of a quite detailed critique of the assessment of need that was made in terms of the 3G pitch. And one point I was just going to point out is it's actually on the bottom paragraph of the page, which is the point highlighted as a starting point. The Football Foundation and Birmingham FA as a starting point stated they believe that the Brandon area in general may be too rural to attract sufficient demand, which again I think is a point that came up yesterday. Page 35. This actually has quite a detailed section on Woolston Leisure Community Centre, what it does, and the concerns that were raised in the objection. And it also includes an Appendix 10. I don't think we necessarily need to go there, but just to refer you to Appendix 10, that the accounts are shown there, and they show, really, as you perhaps would expect for a community facility, the way that the it's a bit sort of close to the edge, sometimes above, sometimes below. Yeah, so slightly marginal. So if we talk about a situation where a significant number of bookings potentially could be lost to a competing nearby venue, then that could have the serious impact. So the point being that these concerns were raised and raised a significant time ago.
Just in relation to that, we heard from Mr. I think it was it Mr. Here?
Mr. Here, yeah.
And what he was saying was that anything different to what was set out by SCS?
Yes, that's right.
2021.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he also, I think also again yesterday, the point about the size of the 3G pitch came up, where Brandon's proposed as full size, and the Walston pitch is, I'm not sure, is it half size at 65-35? So it's not for 11-a-side football, but for most of the week, the proposal at Brandon is to divide the pitch up so that it only would function as an 11-a-side facility at the weekend. So in other words, for most of the time, the Brandon pitch would be in direct competition with the offer that Walston can make.
Madam, may I just also, since the point came up yesterday, but just for your note for later in the inquiry, the officer's report is at CD 6 that notes the objection from Wilson Leisure, but doesn't ever go on to deal with it. So we'll come back to that in due course.
Two other points before going back to my statement, if I may. Just with reference to paragraph 99C of the NPPF. Obviously, the appeal site is a large site and it's in sporting use. If, Marm, you decide that the car park actually is part of the curtilage of the stadium, then it makes it an even larger site in sporting use. And I think in accordance with 99C and in accordance with actually most planning authorities in approaching the loss of potential sports facilities, then if it's declared surplus, first of all you would seek an alternative suitable sporting or recreational type use, and you would not jump straight to housing redevelopment of the site. So I'm not actually suggesting that it should be an alternative supporting use, because we think it can be reopened as Coventry Stadium. But the jump to housing is not the correct way to deal with the matter. And then something else that also came out yesterday was that some possibly significant part of the unmet need for 3G pitches are to meet needs within Coventry. Now, we know that when we talk about housing, we have the duty to cooperate, and the plan has made provision for housing. Now, to the best of my knowledge, the duty to cooperate discussions have never dealt with a shortage of sports pitches in Coventry that needs to be met within rugby. But I think in the terms of how the planning system operates, that would be a strategic matter that should be dealt with in that way. Now, Marm, if I may, having drawn out those points on the, sort of the written submissions that are already before you, particularly because Mr. Rees was unable to appear so far, and because of my involvement in stock car racing, I thought I should say a bit more about stock car racing, because so far we've mostly heard about Speedway, apart from Mr. Hunter. I also think I should say a little bit about the campaign group and its objectives, and then move on to some aspects of financial viability, if that's acceptable.
Just, I think, Mr. Humphreys, you were suggesting 45 minutes, your evidence in chief. So are we going to creep over a little bit then?
We are, madam.
That's all right. We have time anyway.
We've
got a bit
been
of time
efficient
today.
Earlier.
Okay.
So I was proposing to read out the section from paragraph 12 to say that stock car racing was introduced to the UK in 1954. It came to this country from the USA via France. The initial stock car racers drove surplus American cars left over from World War II. The drivers received appearance money and prize money and raced at venues across the country as tracks sprung up in front of very large crowds at the time. It was sort of quite a phenomenon in the first year or two. The sport rapidly evolved as drivers started to race purpose-built cars as the supply of the old American cars dried up. The sport also innovated through the establishment of new race classes. Today, Bristol Formula One stock cars are the top formula, attracting consistently large crowds, but in total there are about 40 different classes, race classes or formulas, that race on the oval tracks, and they split into three basic divisions. There's contact racing, which includes Formula One stock cars. There's non-contact racing, such as hot rod racing, which actually didn't occur very much at Coventry Stadium, and then also numerous classes of banger racing, which did take place at Coventry Stadium. And of course, while Formula One stock cars are the top of the tree, some of those other classes, such as the sort of very basic non-contact cars or excuse me, or bangers, the man on the street can easily go and participate in the sport. I think that's really quite an important point. With a number of exceptions, almost all stock car drivers are amateurs from all age groups, including several classes for children to drivers in their 60s. There might be the odd driver that still races into their 70s, but that's not quite so frequent. It's a very family-oriented sport, and in some families there have been 3 generations of active drivers. There are racetracks in many parts of the UK, but it is a fact that tracks have been lost to development, particularly for retail, industrial, housing and infrastructure, and by that I mean roads particularly, and have not been replaced in equal numbers. And as recent and current closures have taken place, there are simply not other alternative venues or sites to simply transfer into. I believe that the appellant's material in relation to its planning application and this appeal fails to address the importance of stock car racing at Coventry Stadium. Each season, around 15 stock car events were held at Coventry Stadium, 8 or 9 for Bristol Formula One stock cars, then a further 7 fixtures for other race classes. Those 7 fixtures were actually promoted by Mr. Rees as well, so if you want to ask him about them, please do so. This is the biggest and most prestigious, on average, Bristol Formula One Championship final was held every 3 years, and that's the biggest and most prestigious event on the calendar, attracting a very large crowd. The last time it was held at Coventry, it attracted the largest field of competitors ever at a Bristol Formula One event. That was more than 140 competitors, including many race teams from mainland Europe, as well as drivers from Australia, New Zealand and the USA. Stock car tracks have suffered the same land tenure problem as Speedway, which we've heard quite a lot about, with which there are now only 9 Bristol stock car tracks in the United Kingdom which race Formula One stock cars. With the recent loss of tracks in the West Midlands at Birmingham and Stoke, in addition to Coventry, with no new venues opening. As is the case of Speedway, the limited number of remaining tracks, particularly in the West Midlands, is a positive and compelling reason to retain Coventry Stadium for motorsport, including stock car use. The sound does the sound keep dropping out? It seems a bit strange.
Fine from my perspective. Okay. I can hear you fine. Thank you.
Thank you. So that says a bit about stock car racing. Moving on to the Cam Crane Group itself, paragraph 30 on page 6. SAS and I believe Motorsport can recommence on the appeal site relatively simply and inexpensively. Major work would not be required to restore speedway and stock car racing. While access to the site to conduct a proper survey has not been possible, assuming for the present purposes that the condition of the grandstand is unsafe, it can be cordoned off by the erection of robust boarding, leaving the track, pit areas and other spectator areas, including the terracing around the track, available for use. We obviously couldn't use the existing restaurant in the grandstand, so mobile catering, toilet facilities and temporary mobile lighting can be put in place as necessary for each event. Repairs to or a relaying of the surface of the track can be carried out at relatively modest cost, and I refer to that below. I mean, in fact, since I've been on the site visit, I went on a site visit last week, and the site visit with you, Ma'am, and that's the first time I've been in the stadium since it closed in 2013. And sorry. And I know in the appellant's evidence there's talk about needing to build a new stock car track, and that the existing track has been sort of lowered to its core. None of that is correct. The track is still there. All of the shale, apart from that which was scraped off at the last event for safety reasons, is still there. You know, subject to removing the weeds from the track, it would actually be able to race a motorcycle or a car around that track within days or weeks. The spectator areas obviously would be a little bit different to that.
Could I just pause there? The Farrow structural condition report has been raised at this inquiry. Is that something that you've read yourself?
It is, yes.
And do you have any, what's your position having read that?
Well, we've looked at the report and we have been aware of the estimates of costs for various things that might be required, and we have taken those into account in coming up with our own estimates. Most of the costs actually relate to the restoration of the grandstand. One thing that's not come up at this inquiry so far is that, of course, the campaign group has its own planning application, which is current, which is for change of use of parts of the grandstand and other proposals for different uses in the stadium. For example, we would like to see the hangar, one of the hangars at the front of the site, opened up potentially as a museum of speedway and stock car racing. The bar underneath the grandstand, we've proposed that could be converted into a gym, which would relate principally to the use of the stadium by the Great Britain Speedway team. But at times it's not being used by them. It could be potentially opened up to the local community. And then the dog track would not feature, we wouldn't feature dog racing. So we have suggested that could be converted into a cycle training track, because we know from other stadiums that this is road type cycling. They sometimes hire suitable tracks elsewhere. For instance, they did at Birmingham Wheels to have training sessions around the stock car track. At Birmingham, that was a tarmac surface, so it would have to be on an alternative surface at Coventry.
I just ask if that is a live planning application.
Yes, it is.
Can that be added to the core document, just for my reference, please? Is that acceptable to everybody? Yeah. Leave that one with you then, thank you.
Whether it's financially viable to reinstate the stadium, if I could move on to that, SCS and I believe it would be both viable and realistic to restart both speedway and stock car racing at the appeal site.
Mr. Carter, sorry to interrupt. Is this, you're moving on to paragraph 37, I think,
yes.
is that right?
Yes,
just for the
sorry.
inspector's
Yes, sorry.
note.
I'll start that again, apologies. SCS and I believe that it would be both viable and realistic to restart both speedway and stock car racing at the appeal site. Motorsport can be recommenced on the appeal site relatively simply and inexpensively. Mr. Ford, the prospective speedway promoter, and Mr. Hunter, the potential purchaser, have provided substantive evidence to confirm that this is a realistic possibility, although we've yet to hear from Mr. Ford. Major work will not be required to restore speedway and stock car racing. Motorsport can be restored without use of the grandstand. The track, safety features and pits can be restored inexpensively. There is terrace standing for approximately 6,000 spectators, or up to 6,000 spectators. Whilst access to the site to conduct a proper survey has not been possible, that's where, in making representations on the campaign group's planning application, the appellants have refused to give us access to the stadium to do that. Present purposes, the condition of the grandstand, access to the set has not been possible. Assuming for present purposes that the condition of the grandstand is unsafe, then it can be cordoned off by the erection of robust fencing, the sort that you see around any building site, leaving the track pits and other spectator areas and the terracing available for use. Mobile catering, toilet facilities, etc. refer to this below when considering viability. I was then proposing to jump to paragraph 52, say that the reinstatement of speedway and stock car racing would be on the basis of spectators being restricted to the terracing on the first and second bends, the back straights terracing, and the third and fourth bends. The capacity of the stadium, as we've heard, is 12,000. I've said 12,000 there, but I think it's 12,500. I believe the arrangements proposed would enable up to approximately 6,000 people to attend motorsport meetings, subject to licensing, obviously, as we've heard. Excuse me a second. The estimated costs that set out in my proof have been guided by information from the Oxford Stadium manager, David Lestrade, based on reinstatement costs of Oxford Stadium in 2021, from information provided by Keith Chapman, the owner of the Adrian Flux Arena at Kings Lynn, and also significantly by Stephen Rees, who recently reopened Odsal Stadium, Bradford, and hopefully he'll be able to make it next week. I was just going to draw attention to the estimated breakdown of costs that we've come up with, which are itemised as you can see. They are estimates. We think that they are informed estimates. And I think the reality is that some of them may be too high, some of them might be too low, as you would expect. And in order to accommodate that, that's why we've included a contingency of 15% within there. And that comes with an estimated cost, which Mr. Hunter referred to, it's a shade under £750,000. On the basis of the above estimate, to reinstate racing in the short term without the grandstand, that cost of $736,000 we think is a reasonable figure, and we already know that about £150,000 of that would be sponsored. And I think it's fair to say as well that it would be likely that we'd be able to secure other sponsors into the process as well. I mean, for example, I don't know if you noticed when we were on the site visit, there were loads of banners for Build Base, which are a major supplier. They were a major, the major sponsor of the Coventry Bees Speedway team. They're now a different company, but I think that there's every likelihood that they would help us out as well, for example. In terms of viability, I was then going to go on to paragraph 62, I'm advised and believe that the test of viability should be at the date of acquisition by the current owner, and that as a result, viability should be assessed without reference to the costs of repair and damage caused. In any event, recommencing of racing with the grandstand boarded up would, in my view, be financially viable in the short to medium term, whilst plans and finance are put in place for the repair or replacement as necessary of the grandstand. The widely used trading arrangement would be for speedway and stock car events to be run as separate businesses with separate management to ensure that they are operated by specialists with the relevant experience. It is possible that either of the trading businesses could also own the stadium. That's what the case was with Mr. Sandhu. He still held the stock car rights as well as owning the stadium, but Mr. Horton, he'd sold the speedway rights too. For practical purposes, I believe it would be helpful to think of this as three separate businesses.
Pausing there, may I just say the questions which have been asked, which I may as well ask of you in chief. You're not, you've got a lot of planning experience in terms of being a structural engineer. You don't purport to be a structural engineer.
No.
Just help me in terms of the, you referred to the terracing and the bends and so forth. In terms of the back straight and the long, low stand, if I opposite the grandstand, broadly speaking, what do you estimate the capacity of that to be?
Well, I would estimate the capacity of that back straight grandstand to be up to about 3,000 people, because it is a quite long structure, and it's also the case that the terracing is actually in pretty good condition. Underneath the cover, it's where it's been exposed and self-seeding has taken place at the front, which would need to be addressed, and that is similarly the case on the sort of the open terracing on the two ends of the track. But at the end of the day, that it's just concrete paving. It's effectively a stairs really, over a wide area, and it isn't rocket science to repair those, I think, and by and large that could actually be repaired by volunteers coming in and do it, which is exactly what happened in the case of Oxford Stadium, where that stadium had been closed for a period of 15 years. So I personally haven't been to Oxford Stadium, but I would imagine the self-seeding process was pretty similar there to what it is at Coventry Stadium. I was then going to make some comments, Ma'am, if I may, on the evidence of Mr. Eady. And I think this is where I made the point that we've repeatedly made comments about the work that KKP have done, and they don't seem to have been sort of really taken into account. But from his proof, this is from Mr. Eady's proof, paragraph 1.8, later in 2020, KKP was commissioned to undertake a needs assessment viability appraisal with regard to the future of Speedway at the site. And what his report really fails to address is that since 1954, Brandon has been a motorsport stadium for both Speedway and stock car racing. So why was that appraisal only focused on Speedway viability? And the answer is that both are required to achieve the successful viability for the facility. Mr. Eady also attacks the 2019 White Young Green report, but we note that Mr. Eady has not met with the governing bodies of the sport at any stage when preparing either his original appraisal or the updated version. In the April 2023 updated appraisal, CD 3.2, this might well have been, is this the one that's been superseded? It might have been.
I think April 23 is the latest we've got.
Right, okay.
I think that's most recent, apart from the proof of evidence.
Yeah, but anyway, I don't think this part has changed in any event, but he notes in paragraph 4.1 of that, which is CD 3.2, it should be noted that up-to-date information relating to speedway events and attendances for either domestic or international events is difficult to obtain on a reliable and consistent basis. No figures are published by the ACU, BSPA and SCB. As such, it is accepted that in preparing this report, KPAP is unable to provide a full picture in terms of trends, which I think is quite an important remark in that last sentence. Mr. Eady doesn't actually put difficulties that have been experienced within Speedway in the context of referring to other sports. So, for example, the Gallagher Rugby Premiership was reduced from 13 teams to 10 this year, after Worcester and Wasps went into administration and London Irish was suspended from competition due to financial issues. In football, we understand that of the 88 Football League clubs that filed returns in 2019-2020, 44 of them were technically insolvent, and that included 7 Premiership clubs. Further analysis of football clubs shows that since 2000, 54 English clubs have entered the insolvency process, 9 of which were subsequently liquidated. Despite those figures affecting those sports, those perhaps what I could call mainstream rather than minority sports, no one is suggesting that either rugby or football is in a spiral of decline. And then my next point is that if there is such a lack of demand, why are the promoters at Wolverhampton and Peterborough, who are both losing their stadiums this year for use for Speedway, why are they searching for land to re-establish their clubs? And also, why is Mr. Clark Osborne planning to open a new Speedway Motorsport Stadium? Why is there such opposition to the closure and proposed redevelopment of Coventry and Lakeside? Why has a new track been opened at Workington? And why has Oxford been reopened after closing 15 years ago? It's because the sports are very much alive. We've heard, I think, that one of the reasons, or one of the valuable aspects of the 3G pitch that's proposed is that 1,200 people would potentially use it every week. But I think that we do have to say, would that figure ever be realised? It's a theoretical capacity. It might not actually happen in doubt, and doubts have been expressed by Birmingham FA and Sport England because of its rural location, as I mentioned earlier. And then another thing is that the existing facility at Woolston has a curfew at 9 o'clock in the evening. I think the curfew proposed at Brandon is 10 o'clock. Yet, the houses closest to the pitch at Brandon would be closer than the houses to the Woolston facility. So there's possibility there that the open hours could be further restricted. There's then the noise and light disturbance. And then if 1,200 people are participating each week, that also suggests that there are going to be significant traffic movements to and from the site arising from the 3G pitch. I just know from my own experience of taking children and grandchildren to football training that you don't usually walk or go by bus, you usually go in the car. Perhaps we shouldn't do that, but that's the reality. paragraph 216 in that report, this is where Speedway was talking about where Speedway is only generally used for high or elite level competition, and plays into the sort of the spectator angle. So what the report doesn't really cover is that it means that if it was not meeting a community sports participation need, the primary local rationale instead relates to spectating, and its prior direct impact and or wider impact on health or physical objectives and outcomes is thus open to question, especially when compared to the 3G pitch provision. But Rugby Council identifies health and well-being objectives in its corporate strategy. This includes the aim that it will support residents to live active lives with high-quality, accessible green spaces and recreational facilities in sports participation, physical activity and numerical use terms. My opinion is that a full-size community 3G facility would deliver related outcomes to a much greater degree than a professional speedway development. So that's what Mr. Eadie's saying. But the events at Brandon actually mix participation and spectating. And in terms of spectating, I think it actually isn't unreasonable to say that the expression should be social interaction. Because while stock car racing, for instance, attracts large numbers of spectators, it also has up to 150 competitors. The competitors turn up with, their race teams of mechanics, people who help repair cars, fuel cars, change wheels between races. And those are actually very physical activities. It's not playing a game of football or hockey, but it's still a physical activity. Former drivers, riders, team members and their families will meet at race meetings like they did at Coventry. Speedway and stock car audiences are true communities. They're communities associated by interest, not by neighbourhood. But they're just as important. Spectators pay entrance fees that enable the events to take place through the provision of a venue, prize money, or pay in the case of professional speedway riders. Without the spectators, there will be no sport, or at least the sport would be at a very, very low level. And without elite sports and stars and riders, there are no role models to encourage future participation in sport. And I think, when the Commonwealth Games take place, for example, what we hear of is it justifies those events taking place and the expenditure being made on them because it encourages people to participate. Excuse me again. Oxford City Council refused planning permission for the redevelopment of Oxford Speedway for a number of reasons. The first reason for refusal was put forward by the planning officer, refers to the loss of a community facility, and there we have to remember what the policy LF1, I think it is in the neighbourhood plan, says, where it identifies Brandon as a community facility and they wish to see it protected. It refers to the thousands of spectators from this is the Oxford Council planning decision, refers to thousands of spectators across Oxford and the wider county and beyond, and how the loss of the facility would result in severe harm to their well-being, social interaction and social inclusion. Mr. Eadie doesn't consider that those are matters for him to take into account. And I think that those statements are quite clear in the recommendation for refusal by Oxford Council to the redevelopment plans of that stadium. It says, if I quote a part of it, it says, cumulatively the loss of all these would amount to the loss of a highly valued community facility which resulted in severe harm to the well-being, community cohesion, social interaction and social inclusion in the wider Oxford community.
Can I just ask, is there a CD number for that document?
I'm just coming to that because you're referring to something. For my part, I don't recall having seen this court, and that exactly at that point. Is this a core document or is it in our representations?
I think it must be in our representations. I can't remember. Can I perhaps have a look during the
So if
break?
you can find me a reference, that will be very helpful.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can't
If not,
recall
do you
one.
want us to find it anew?
Yeah.
To be fair to Mr. Goatley here and his team, because that is new evidence, effectively.
Okay.
Already in your evidence somewhere, then just give me a reference. Otherwise, I don't think we can include it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Moving on, the KKP Speedway Viability Appraisal from April 2023 provides clear evidence that the provision at Brandon can be deemed surplus to requirements based on the national decline in Speedway and other potential user sport demand and participation, a national decline in the number of spectators attending Speedway and the loss of related commercial income, insufficient evidence of demand at a level that would make a reinstated replacement facility commercially viable. And the point is that all of the above, he says, have been exacerbated by the impact of cost inflation and rising energy prices, the impact of Brexit on the free movement and cost of employing Speedway riders, the impact of COVID-19 on spectator reports per se, and ongoing concerns in relation to the future management of environmental impact. Mr. Eady often claims there is clear evidence, where actually there is no such evidence that he's been able to find. I've already mentioned the point that stock car racing and Speedway have run together, or ran together from 1954 for the following 62 years, but his appraisal in reference to viability barely mentions stock car racing, and there is certainly no reference to the profitable nature of stock car racing for an elite class, racing class like Formula One stock cars, and thereby the contribution that can make to the profitability of the stadium. Moving on to the 3G football pitch. In Mr. Eady's July 2023 updated appraisal, CD 3.1, para 6.4, he says sustainability may also be somewhat impacted if other 3G proposals go ahead in the area, as these may attract interested parties elsewhere, although this should be negligible unless several developments take place. In this respect, it is imperative that the proposal moves along quickly, as there is an opportunity for the pitch to be provided at Brandon Stadium before others get to the planning stage. This would then enable it to attract a core user base that would impact on the feasibility of other pitches rather than it being the other way around. I think my view on that is that rather undermines his whole argument about the need for the 3G pitch on the stadium site. So, to conclude, Ma'am, I would say that the benefits of the alternative, which appears to have been devised, this is obviously the appeal proposal, which appears to have been devised in an attempt to overcome objections to the loss of sports stadium, in no way outweighs that loss. That harm should not only be recognised, but it should be afforded substantial or indeed overriding weight in the planning balance. And I think that's covered the points I wanted to raise.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. Mr. Humphreys, thank you. It's time now, I think, for us to take a short break before Mr. Goatley starts his cross-examination, but just one point I wanted to make, just for the avoidance of doubt. Mr. Carter, you mentioned in your introduction that you were previously a planning inspector.
Yes.
I'd just like to point out that I don't think we've ever met, and I certainly have no acquaintance of you. I don't think our paths have crossed during my career in the Inspectorate. Just to make that clear that there is no association between us or past history. Okay, so we'll have a break then now until 20 to 12. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, everybody. The time is now 11:40, so we will resume. So now it's the turn of Mr. Goatley to cross-examine Mr. Carter. Thank you. So when you're ready, Mr. Goatley.
Just first, could I just say that I tried to find the reference to the Oxford thing, and perhaps quite surprisingly, it isn't in any of the documentation. So there we go.
Okay, all right, thank you then. That satisfies that. That resolves it. Thank you. So, Mr. Goatley, thank you.
Mr. Carter, thank you very much indeed. Mr. Carter, good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Carter, I tell you what, put that on. That way, I managed to do the Mr. Richards trick of you being the person on screen rather than me. Both of us are extremely camera shy.
I'd prefer it to be you than me, really.
Well, gotcha. There we are. So, Mr. Carter, in terms of proofs of evidence, I think there are two for the purposes of this session which are relevant from you, which I have before me. One is CD reference 16.2.3,
yeah,
which is your principal proof, and I think I've got the numbering right, 16.2.11, which is your rebuttal in respect of Mr. Osborne's evidence.
Yeah.
I know that you've made some comments in respect of some of the matters which you've made comments on in chief, and which also appear in your proof of evidence and rebuttal in respect of Mr. Hooper's evidence. I'm going to leave those until you give evidence for that day,
okay,
if that's okay.
Yeah.
So just divide that up, because I think you're due to be coming back, I think sometime next week,
yes,
in order to deal with planning matters.
Something to look forward to.
I know it must give you that Groundhog Day feeling. But just so that you're clear and everyone else is clear, that's how I've divided it up.
Yeah.
So, for instance, unlike Mr. Allen, who's only going to be making one appearance, and when I did ask him about, for instance, paragraph 99 of the MPPF, essentially most of the policy matters are going to be reserved for the next time.
That's fine.
So I'm just giving you effectively, I hope, a fair guide to some of those matters and how they will arise
Thank you.
elsewhere. Thank you. Okay. Now, you very kindly explained as part of your evidence in chief that you are not a structural engineer, and although you obviously have a background in planning, I take it you don't have a background essentially in building surveying, building cost estimation, or any of those matters.
That's correct.
It may assist because it appeared in page 5 of Mr. Hunter's evidence, and I think the same table appears on pages 9 and 10 of your longer proof, the principal proof.
Yes, that's right. It should be the same table.
It looks like the same table to me. Can I just ask, who drew it up?
That table was initially drawn up by myself.
Right, okay. Now, just in terms of, it may well be that, and you'll probably gather the questions that I did ask of Mr. Hunter, and some of them he just didn't know, and that's fine for that.
Yep.
But in terms of the source, is given for a number of them as Steve Rees, and we're going to hear from him in due course. The cordoning off with heavy-duty boarding, there's a quote of 8,500. That quote, I think, is appended, is that right? Or is it not?
It's definitely somewhere, yes. It's the quote from Hughes Gray.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Essentially, the reason why I ask that is because your cordon off quote is 8,500, which I assume is the, as you've explained it to us, is the £6,000 plus an uplift thereafter by way of some form of contingency. Is that right? Or am I wrong about that? Because the figure that I've got
well,
there
the quote is the quote.
Is 6088?
I think it is. Yes.
And that then appears as 8,500, or have I got that wrong?
No, that's right. That's right. That's because the quote, the 8,500, was inserted in the table before we had access to that.
And thank you. That explains that.
So the quotes here are estimates, and the reality is some will be higher, some will be lower, most likely.
Although relating to building matters, especially at the moment, I would look forward to seeing a building quote for anything which comes in lower than anything that's otherwise been indicated. Can I ask you in respect of two other people, David Lestrade and Keith Chapman? Who are they?
David Lestrade is the person who reinstated Oxford Stadium, and Keith Chapman is the owner of the stadium at Kings Lynn.
Now,
and where we've used those people, we've made it clear where those estimates have come from in the actual schedule, as you can see. So Keith Chapman, for instance, we got the information of the costs of installing a generator from him, because he runs Kings Lynn on a generator, so he's experienced in that.
right. Have either Mr. Lestrade or Mr. Chapman been to the site?
I think the answer to that is I don't know, but I suspect the answer is no, because they wouldn't be able to get access into the site.
Right. In respect of any of the figures contained in this table, have any of them been the subject of review in the light of the structural engineer's report and, for that matter, the cost assessment carried out by the cost consultants?
Yes, we were aware of the costs that the appellant has put forward, but we put forward these as what we believe are realistic costs of doing the works.
Right. So in terms of the point that I've just put, have these been reviewed? Because did you have prior sight of Appendix 3 and Appendix 4 before they appeared in Mr. Hooper's evidence?
The simple answer to that is I don't know, because I can't remember if that was made available to us before the proof of evidence was produced.
Right. I'm not aware that it was.
In which case the answer is no.
Is no. In those circumstances, it would be fair to infer that the various itemised figures have not been the subject of review, either as to identified items or costs, in the light of either of those two documents. Would that be fair?
On the basis of what we just agreed, that's fair, yes.
Yeah. Having received those documents at the time of exchange of proofs of evidence, is there anything contained in either of them with which you take issue, either as to identification of structural and other problems within the structural report, or within the identification and itemised evaluation carried out within the cost consultant report?
I can't lay my hands on this at the moment. I'm not sure.
Okay, well, in which case, let's just
over there. But I think
let's just pause for a moment so you do have the opportunity to do that.
There is it on the seats? Hooper's proof.
It's Appendix 3 and 4 to Mr. Hooper's evidence. Thank you very much.
Excuse me. Sorry, where are we?
You've got a copy of it. Hard copy form?
Yes, I've got a hard copy.
Right. Hard copy form, appendices, is Appendix 3, first of all, the structural condition report, and Appendix 4, the cost report.
So the first one, Appendix 2, Farrow Walsh.
In fact, I think it should be Appendix 3, isn't it? Appendix 2 is the schedule of speedway riders and nationalities.
So which appendix I'm looking
Appendix 3, first of all.
A7 in the paper version, if that helps. It's one with all the photographs in.
Appendix
3.
It's got
Appendix
A number.
3.
Should have a look at the bottom right-hand corner. It should be A7.
Yeah, it's A7.
A7.
It's the one with all the photographs in of the buildings, if that helps.
Sorry, perhaps it is easier electronically.
But if you want to change to that,
No,
then that's absolutely fine.
I'm fine now. Yep, got that.
Okay.
Starting on page 7.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you very much. In respect of, first of all, that, and having been through the elements within that report, is there anything that you take issue with in terms of that which is identified within it and was undertaken by, clearly, that structural engineer?
Well, I think the point I would make is that if the appeal is dismissed and if we had the chance to...
No, that's not a appeal is dismissed. It's not a fantasy world, it's a question. Is there anything in that document with which you take issue?
Well, I would commission a separate structural condition report.
Right. So it's fair to observe you've not commissioned a review of that report.
No, and we've not been able to carry out our own structural survey.
No, that's again an answer to a different question. You've not commissioned a review of that report.
No, that's right. So any review is from myself and others reading it.
Okay. So no structural engineer or anyone with similar qualifications or experience has looked at or reviewed that report. It would be fair in those circumstances to observe that there would be no technically qualified person who has taken issue with it, because I don't understand, among other things, the council to have taken any issue with it.
Yes, I think that that's correct, but that's not to say that I agree with all the contents.
Well, in one sense, whether you agree with the contents or not is perhaps in passing to whether or not it is agreed or the subject of a critical review by someone who has the requisite qualifications. That would be fair, wouldn't it?
I'm not sure that's fair, actually. I think that if somebody produces a report, then it's fair to have you can look through it and have a critical review of it.
If it is someone you don't have any qualifications or experience in structural engineering, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. So consequently, that is someone who does have that requisite experience and has done that, and this has not been the subject of review by anyone with like or alternatively parallel qualifications and experience, correct?
Can you just say that again?
Yeah, it's not been the subject of critical review by anyone with the same or similar qualifications and experience.
That's correct, yes.
Now, any of us can read anything. I can read something about nuclear fusion and express a view on it, but I'm not sure that necessarily in terms of the extent to which that takes knowledge particularly further, it normally requires someone with a requisite degree of expertise by qualification and experience to be able to operate in a particular field, hence the reason why we have expert evidence, Mr. Carter. Is that fair?
That is fair, but I think it's fair that it is acceptable and reasonable that people should be able to have opinions based on their understanding of what a report might say.
Yeah. Do you identify any matters within that report which you say are incorrect or wrong?
Can you be a bit more specific?
No. It's up to you. You say anything in that report is either incorrect or wrong.
I think the answer to that probably would be yes.
You say there are things which are incorrect and wrong.
Well, there could be, yes.
No. I asked you, not could be, I asked you, would you please identify anything which you say is either incorrect or wrong in that report?
I'll just have a look. I'll go along with it. It seems reasonable.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So it'd be fair to infer from that, or deduce from that, that you don't consider there is anything incorrect or wrong with that report for the purposes of this inquiry and for answering that question.
I don't think there's anything wrong, but I think that the report is not fully conclusive on everything.
The report is the report. I'm not sure it's intended to be fully conclusive. It's to identify matters where there are structural or other problems,
Well, I
and
mean,
then, among other things, to give recommendations as to what may be done about it.
Well, as an example, I'm looking at page A18. The second paragraph says metalwork stairs and gangways, major areas of corrosion, reduced capacity with stairs not fit for purpose.
Yeah.
Now, it seems to me it follows that if you were to replace the stairs, then that would address that issue.
So but that's effectively replacement, because all that is identifying is they are not fit for purpose. Yes?
Well, it needs to be addressed, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So the stairs either need to be made fit for purpose or replaced.
Yeah. Okay, that's a deduction from that, rather than anything wrong with the report. Okay, the cost consultants report, Appendix 4.
Can I just make one point on paragraph 4.2.4, the last paragraph, which talks about major defects in the terrace areas? I mean, I think the point there is a question of what major defects means. I mean, it would not be safe to go and have a crowd standing on the terraces as they exist at the moment, and repairs would be necessary. That's quite evident, and safety certificates would need to be put in place. But whether those defects are really major, I think, is debatable, because what we're talking about there, as I mentioned earlier, is effectively a very wide concrete staircase that people stand on as terraces, and it's not high tech to replace and repair such a structure.
Well, the rationale is given before in that, but it's ground movement, excessive cracking to concrete, and overall instability.
Well, I would imagine the ground movement is caused by the fact that there are trees that have been growing through it for 7 years.
You say you imagine, again, that's a speculation, isn't it?
In effect, Mr. Carter, I think what you're challenging there is the professional judgment of the person that's prepared this report. They may come to a conclusion based on their analysis and assessment of the condition of the ground.
What I'm saying, yes. I mean, what I'm saying is that if we were in a position to undertake the restoration of the stadium, we would not rely on this structural report. We would instruct our own structural engineer, because it's quite clear, isn't it, that a consultant who's doing a structural survey for a developer who wishes to demolish the stadium, they are more likely to come to conclusions which justify the outcome.
Be careful with that, Mr. Carter.
That's going into speculation, really, isn't
Okay.
it? And this is a report prepared by a professional person with qualifications.
Yes.
And it's basically his professional judgment of the condition of the stadium and the works that are required and the costs involved.
Yes, that's his judgment. That's right.
In respect of your earlier observation, Mr. Carter, can I ask you to withdraw it? Because it's impugning the
Yes.
professional integrity.
Yes, I withdraw that comment.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Okay, the costs consultant report, Ryder Levitt Bucknell, in respect of their evaluation of the material that's been put to them, do you have anything to indicate that any of those figures are incorrect, inappropriate, inflated?
Appendix 4.
Appendix 4.
I would say no, except for those items where we have placed our own estimate on the likely cost.
In respect of those items where you've placed your own estimate, for the reasons that we explored a little earlier, you did so without knowledge, or with not in producing that particular table, without knowledge of this cost report. It's not been your table's not been the subject of any review in the light of this report, has it?
No, I've already said no, haven't I?
Yeah. It would be ordinarily anticipated, would it not, where a professional costs consultant has carried out that type of quite detailed identified report, to at least reflect on that, to see whether or not any of the figurative items that you've given for that are inappropriate in the light of that quantification. That's fair, isn't it?
Yes, we would do that. I mean, an example in the report is the allowance for floodlights. In here, on page 5 of 7, is 250,000. And our allowance for the electricity supply and so on is 300,000. So it's 300,000 versus 400.
Yeah, in respect of those particular installations. What about...
How do we know those estimates are comparable in terms of the actual number of floodlights or the extent of works involved? And that could justify the difference in costings.
Well, it could do, but it could also refer... you know, I mean, I think this is what I was saying earlier. The estimates may be too high, too low, or too low in certain circumstances. But we also know that there are companies involved in particularly in stock car racing. So for example, the works that were undertaken to restore Odsal Stadium were carried out by companies associated with the sport, because there are a whole host of companies, and therefore it is likely to be possible to secure works to be done at favourable rates. So in that sense, it might not be comparing sort of exactly sort of apples with apples.
Exactly. So we don't actually know what the scheme is, do
Yes,
we?
that's right, yeah,
Floodlighting. So therefore,
I mean,
there are assumptions made.
Yeah, and the number of floodlights, for example, I mean, I think you've probably seen on the site visit that most of the floodlights have been removed. So I think the assumption would be that you would have to replace the floodlights basically to the pattern that they were prior to their removal. Therefore, they wouldn't require planning permission. If there were different floodlighting arrangements, then you would have to apply for planning permission.
Well, the floodlights, when we're talking about the floodlights, are we talking about those on stanchions?
The floodlighting by the track to provide the lighting onto the track surface, yes.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that issue as to whether planning permission is necessary or not. Can I just understand, in respect of the your table on pages 9 and 10, was there any form of plan or plans that were in being in order to allow that type of estimation to be undertaken? This is where it is. These are where the relevant buildings are. This is what will be happening to buildings A, B, and C.
Where where that originates from is the planning application that we submitted, which was referred to earlier. What we did in that to support that planning application was to identify basically a regeneration plan for the stadium, which included the things that I talked about, like a museum and cycling on the dog track, that sort of thing. And on the basis of that, the initial schedule of works that we thought would be required were based on that proposal.
Is there a museum in this list?
No, because that would be a later stage.
Right, okay.
And it would be subject, you know, if Mr. Hunter purchased it, it would be subject to his agreement anyway.
With respect, Mr Carter, that is not the scheme that your evidence suggests, is it?
Yes.
Your evidence in your proof of evidence
Yes.
does not make reference to these other alternative supporting uses.
It doesn't. No.
So therefore, what you've said to us is a scheme that is to bring back the oval track with terracing, floodlighting,
Yes.
health and safety measures, but doesn't include the grandstand.
That's right. That is right. Yes. Sorry, I was going astray.
For the
I was
cost
going
estimate
astray.
you've got needs to reflect
Yes.
that scheme that you're suggesting to this inquiry. That is what you intend
Yes.
to do.
Yeah. What I was trying to explain was that that initial list came from that earlier work, and then it was revised in the context of the scheme that we're talking about here.
So just dealing with that, is there a plan in being that was used and which cross-refers to this table?
The plan, no. No.
Okay. Okay, I think we can probably put that bundle of documents away. Respect to Mr. Hooper's evidence. One other feature I'll just deal with in passing, so as you know and understand, Mr. Carter, I'm not looking to go back on the matters that I've already covered with Mr. Allen broadly. I'm going to try and contain matters as much as possible to those matters that you have raised discreetly to that. There is some crossover, so there will be some issues, but just as I won't look to repeat or replicate that. You kindly told us that with regard to Oxford, you've not been to that as a speedway track. Have you been to Manchester, Bellevue and Workington?
I've not been to Oxford or Bellevue. I've been to the old Bellevue, which ran stock cars, and it used to run speedway as well, but not the new Bellevue. But I'd also been to the Bellevue before that one as well. Workington, I have been to.
Okay. So with regard to Oxford, you're not able to assist as to what the condition that the Oxford track was in prior to it being brought back into use in the recent past. Is that correct?
My understanding is that the condition, you know, the terracing and the likes and the track were overgrown, but the grandstand structure there was not damaged so badly.
Right. Okay. But it's not something that you have any direct knowledge of, or you've got any documentary material that you can provide to the inspector?
That's correct.
Yeah. Have you seen any specification as to what works were to be done and the cost of those works?
No, I haven't.
Now, you've provided us with a bit of background in respect of Speedway. I know that you're going to tell us quite a lot about stock car racing, but just so far as Speedway is concerned, it forms part of your argument limb to this. Are you able to assist us with the attendances at the various league events for Speedway at any of these venues, Oxford, Wolverhampton, Birmingham, Workington, and also so far as the attendances at the Brandon Stadium were concerned during the period of time, say from 2010 to 2016?
I think the short answer to that is no, but we have got details of attendances. This is the group, not me personally. We have got attendance details for stock car racing and Speedway for the last 3 years at Brandon. So we have average attendances, for instance. So I mean, if you wished, I'm sure we could produce those. My understanding is that attendances at Oxford have considerably exceeded expectations.
They're a bit elusive in terms of their numerical exactitude, in that they are by multiples of a figure that is unknown, and looking at a capacity which is by reference to attendances which are also unknown and unstated. That's what I think emerged from the Oxford Speedway letter.
I think the short answer to your question is that we have got some figures from Oxford, but I can't actually put my finger on them. And I think probably the same applies to Workington, but not, as I understand it, generally to all Speedway tracks.
Thank you very much. Now, so far as Wolverhampton Speedway is concerned, we heard from Mr. Van Streeten earlier in the week, and he was unable to specifically identify why he had been given notice to quit. He just simply said he had. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have any other more detailed knowledge from any party who knows why he was given notice to quit?
My understanding, and it is an understanding rather than based on, a document that I can refer to, is that the company that runs the stadium basically can make more money from selling the broadcast of the betting, for the betting rights of the racing that takes place there, than they can from the rental income from Speedway. And therefore they propose to operate it, I think, 7 days a week, and they broadcast it particularly into the Middle East.
Right. I mean, obviously that's not what Mr. Van Streeten was able to advise us of. So has he got a lesser understanding about his own track?
I don't know. You should have asked him.
I did, and he was unable to tell me. So that's, I was going to say the horse's mouth. I don't know whether it's the dog's mouth for these purposes.
I mean, in Wolverhampton, there is another proposal for a new dog track as well. I don't know if that's come up at all, but at Wolverhampton Racecourse, which is the all-weather horse racing venue, the company that runs that proposed to build a new dog track at Wolverhampton. So therefore that raises the prospect of, could there possibly be 2 dog tracks in Wolverhampton, particularly in the light of Mr. Osborne's evidence, which talks about severe reduction in the number of tracks running greyhounds.
I have to say, who knows, but I wasn't necessarily going to go into the business case for Wolverhampton and what they might want to do with hounds there. So far as Birmingham is concerned, that's the Birmingham Perry Bar track, is that right?
That's correct.
Right.
There used to be 2 dog tracks in Birmingham, Hall Green and Perry Bar. Hall Green has been redeveloped for housing.
Right, okay. So moving to matters on Speedway, Speedway, so far as Speedway, because that's where you've identified particular concerns and risks, that's, again, Perry Bar Speedway, is that correct?
Correct.
Right. Now, it may well have been just a slip from you, but you've indicated in your evidence that the owner at Birmingham Speedway is, I think, the same owner as Wolverhampton, and I'm informed that, in fact, the Wolverhampton and Perry Bar tracks are owned by different organisations.
I thought they were the same organisation.
Right. I'm informed that it's leased to Arena in Birmingham, and I think it's Entain at Wolverhampton. Is that right?
I haven't got information to disagree with you.
Okay. Paragraph 11, and it may well just be in the way that you've expressed
Is
it.
this my paragraph?
This is your paragraph. I do beg your pardon.
In my
your
main
paragraph
proof.
in your main proof.
Yes.
And you refer to the 2023 Speedway Viability Appraisal, paragraph 6.1, that's to say CD 3.2, and you say that those are positive reasons to bring Speedway to an end at Coventry Stadium. Don't think it's expressed as positive reasons. It's essentially, it's a normative deductive conclusion, isn't it, paragraph 6.1?
Can I...
Please have a look.
CD 3.2.
CD 3.2.
Paragraph 6.1.
1, that's correct.
Well, I mean, what 6.1 says into the second line, it's clear from the national picture that Speedway facilities are struggling and in a state of decline, a position which has worsened in 2023. There is no evidence to suggest that this situation will change in the foreseeable future. So redeveloping a track at this moment in time is not considered to be financially viable.
Yeah. I'm not sure it's a positive, it's a reason, may well be a regrettable reason. I'm not quite sure why you describe it as positive.
But that's not a comment on the state of Speedway, is it? It's a comment on the state of, in effect, land tenure issues that is leading to the loss of the teams.
No, I don't think it is, but I recognise that's your contention.
Well, it is. I mean, if you look at the attendances at Workington and Oxford, I can't actually tell you what the precise figures are, but the attendances have been much higher than was anticipated. So on the grounds that presumably in having a business plan to reopen the stadium, they must have assumed a certain level of attendance, and therefore if they hadn't achieved that, it wouldn't be viable to do it, but they have more than exceeded that.
Well, we've heard that, but it's rather difficult to be able to properly judge what is being said because we have no attendance figures for any of them, do we? Before, after, or otherwise. Nor have we seen any business plan, for instance, in respect of Oxford, and indeed Oxford has a distinction in that is cross-subsidised by greyhound racing, isn't it?
Well, yes, and I think there's a boxing gym there as well. So, you know, the venue has to operate.
Yeah.
And Speedway is one of those elements. But the Speedway, presumably, is a separate business in itself.
In the absence of any documentation or business plan, it's all simply speculation, isn't it, Mr. Carter?
No, I think it's common sense.
No, it's not common sense. Common sense is, I haven't got anything, so therefore I'm going to quote common sense. Because it's my get-out-of-jail card. Purpose about this exercise, as you well know, is an evidence-based process, if there is a contention, where's the basis for that contention?
Well, the evidence as far as Oxford's concerned is that it reopened last year,
Yeah.
and if it wasn't achieving a sufficient attendance, it wouldn't be operating this year, would it?
You can ask me as many questions as you like. You won't get an answer, Mr. Carter. So far as the
Rhetorical question. I apologise.
So far as the proposition is concerned, we don't know what the attendances have been. We do not know what the income is. We do not know what the outgoings are. We do not know what the capital or other repayment provisions might be. We have not seen any business plan. Now, those are for all very understandable, doubtless, commercial reasons for the Oxford operation. But in the absence of that, we're in no position to ascertain what its financial strength or otherwise is, and where indeed is the driver of its business.
That's I would agree with that, but
Yeah.
but it is operating successfully.
Well, it's operating. That we know. It may well have attendances greater than those who envisaged would occur within a particular time frame.
Yeah,
We don't know what they envisaged, we don't know what were the attendances before, and we don't know what the attendances are after.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it could be that it's sponsorship that actually makes a significant difference.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, which is the same case for Premier League football, for instance.
But all of those things may be so, but for the purposes of being able to understand it within a public context such as this, we need to understand where the money is coming from and how it would be dispersed in a manner which was viable. Because clearly there is a background to this, irrespective of any matters relating to tenure, where teams have ceased to function because they are not viable. That's right, isn't it?
My understanding is that viability isn't the main reason for most of the closures.
Well, again, it does come back to an understanding issue rather than an evidence base. We know that a number of these clubs have gone into administration, haven't they?
I think Eastbourne did.
I think there were more than that.
Yeah.
But I'm not, in one sense, I'm not going to go down.
Could I just say that, I mean, you say that this is speculative, and perhaps it is, but Matt Ford is a speedway promoter from Poole who is going to come along next week, and so he will have a very detailed understanding of the economics behind running a speedway promotion.
I look forward to talking to Mr. Ford next week. So that, okay, we can leave that, I think, there for the moment. Stock car racing attendances at Brandon. Can you assist us with those?
Yes, stock car attendances at Brandon. I believe it was in 2016. I'm sure I've got this written down somewhere. Stock car attendances, I can't find my note, but I believe that they averaged in 2016, not taking account of the World Championship final, at about 2,500.
Okay. If you go to a football match, a rugby match, a cricket match, indeed many others, the attendance on the day is very often specifically identified and declared. That's something which doesn't appear to occur in context of either speedway or stock car racing. That's the reason why there is some difficulty of being able to understand where some of this data comes from in order to understand whether or not the picture being painted, a rosy picture, is one which is justified. Can you assist as to where those data sets come from?
Though the data sets for Brandon come from the person who gave them to us, who managed the turnstiles.
Right.
And the stock car attendance, for, as I say, for normal meetings averaged 2,500, and when the World Final was taken into account, which had a crowd of 11,500, it boosts the average across all the meetings by up to about 3,500.
And how many meetings are there per year?
There are 9 8 or 9 Formula 1 stock car meetings, and then 7 non-Formula 1 stock car events, which don't attract as many people.
And it'd be fair to observe that none of those figures were declared. Is that correct? We went to any form of public record, we wouldn't be able to ascertain that.
No, there's no public record. I think that's right. You know, in the same way, I don't think there's a public record of people who attend greyhound racing or horse racing, hockey.
In actual fact, for horse racing, very often there is, depending upon which track you're at.
Sorry, say again.
For horse racing, very often there is, depending upon which track you're at.
All right.
And whether you're wearing a top hat or not, but there we go. Okay. Now, just returning, if we may, to the steps, this is reference your paragraphs 30 and 31 in your proof of evidence.
Sorry, which ones? 30?
30 and 31, page 6.
Yes.
Now, have any of your plans been the subject of any consideration either by the Rugby Borough Council's licensing authority, or, for that matter, by a suitably qualified health and safety professional qualified in licensing applications?
No, but we know that the stadium passed the necessary safety certificates prior to its closure, and we know that they would have to be regained upon reopening. But also, I can speak on behalf of stock car racing here, stock car racing tracks that are governed by Oval Racing Council International, ORCI it's known as, all tracks have to be checked regularly to make sure that they stand up to the required specifications. Because, you know, quite obviously stock car racing is a dangerous activity, and therefore health and safety has to be treated with the utmost importance.
Yeah, that's effectively a internal professional body exercise. Irrespective of an internal professional body exercise, there is an external licensing exercise because you're having members of the public, and on the basis of what you're saying, you're hoping large numbers of the members of the public to be there. And in those circumstances, there's a need to ascertain that those who are going to be venturing onto the site will be safe for the duration, not just by reason of the activities on the track, but within the environs itself. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. But the reason why I mentioned the governing body checks is because when it comes to a sport like stock car racing, I would suggest that the ordinary local authority officers are not that experienced in understanding the sorts of incidents that can occur. So if there are serious incidents, then the governing body would have to review what's happened to see if there is any necessary, you know, for instance, if there's any change that might be required to safety fencing. So, for example, when we went on the site visit, we pointed out the what do you call it, the mesh that had been taken down and put on just on the surface. If you go back, I don't know how many years, 30 years, there was no mesh fencing by stock car tracks, but incidents that occurred where wheels had come off cars during a race and gone into the crowd resulted in those safety measures being implemented across all tracks.
We're not talking about two different things here to an extent, because the governing body will look at track safety to an extent, and what Mr. Goat is referring to is really about safety of spectators and capacity issues, licensing issues for the local authority. So the two have different remits, effectively, don't they?
Yeah, two sides of the same coin.
So there are two consents, if you will,
that
need to be sought before it can operate.
Yeah.
In one sense, it wants to what I've described as a dual key. Both of them need to be satisfied. And so far as, because for instance, one of the aspects is you've said, well, the grandstand, if unsafe, well, can just be cordoned off. Has that been the subject of a suitable health and safety assessment to say that that's a satisfactory way of proceeding to invite however many people onto the site in circumstances where you have an unsafe structure in relatively close proximity?
That's obviously an important consideration, but what we're proposing is that the area would be cut off, not just the building. And it's similar to, we could probably walk down the street now and see similar boarding around building sites, which potentially are dangerous because of cranes operating and the like, and we're proposing nothing different to that.
Well, you say go down the street. Those have all been subject of detailed evaluation, including by construction management design regulation assessment, which takes a considerable period of time in order to be able to undertake those works, as well as obtaining relevant site licenses if it involves anything that involves the highway. That's before you're talking about other health and safety related items. I'm talking about health and safety for the purposes of site licensing. That just hasn't been the subject of any evaluation at all, has it?
Well, because I don't think we've reached the stage where we could do that.
So when you blithely say the grandstand can just be cordoned off, it could be that those who have site licence responsibility will say no.
Well, it could. Well, I agree, it could be, but equally, it could be okay. And what we would have to do is we'd have to engage in discussions with the health and safety people at the council.
And it's fair to observe that you haven't so far.
No, because we can't get onto the site, for one thing.
Well, whether you can get onto the site or not, for the purposes of, it's your application, you're making an application about a site over which you have no legal interest. That's a matter that you're entitled to do as a matter of statute. But what you have to do in order to demonstrate that you actually have a satisfactory plan, that's a matter for you. You've chosen to go down that path. So far as all of those matters relating to health and safety, those are entirely at large at the moment. Is that right?
They're down the road, yes.
Yeah. Is there anything within your plan, whether by contingency or otherwise, to allow for that?
No, it's within the contingency.
How is it within the contingency? What does that contingency contain?
Well,
and how has it been evaluated? 15% is a very nice moistened digit in the air, but where does that actually have some form of realism in terms of the factors which may constitute a particular risk of further costs being entailed for which no provision has been made?
I don't dispute that the 15% might be an incorrect figure. It might be lower, it might be higher.
All of these figures are entirely speculative and unjustified, aren't they?
No.
They've not been through any costs consultant. They've not been on the basis of any specification or plan. They're just numbers picked out, perhaps by reason of a series of experiences that people might have had about something which they've had elsewhere, and they seek to apply, whether appropriately or not in this case.
Yeah, so they're informed to a degree.
Yeah. Well, I can be informed by how much I want to charge my painter, or my painter wants to charge me for what he's doing on my house, or what it might be for scaffolding. That's not really the purpose of being able to undertake these types of major works, because they are major works, aren't they?
The grandstand would be major works, yes.
I would put to you that, in fact, all of them would constitute major works.
They are significant works, yes.
What about in terms of your belief, in terms of the use of the terracing, in terms of any form of spectator control on the terracing? What's been done about that?
Well, there is no requirement for spectator control on this terracing, at least insofar as it operated until 2016.
Has there been any contact with those who are responsible for sports ground licensing as to whether or not that would be acceptable for the purposes of those who would be standing?
No. Could I ask someone to get some water for me?
Please. And what I'd say also, Mr. Carter, is if you want a break at any stage, let me know, and I'm sure that the inspector will be entirely indulgent.
And we could always have a slightly earlier lunch break if that helps, and we've got 25 minutes yet anyway. But
I mean, I'm okay as it stands.
Fine. That's
right.
absolutely
We'll just get you
fine.
some more water and then we'll carry on then.
Yeah. Thank you.
Now, you provide an amount of material in your paragraphs 32 through to 35 with regard to the community protection notice.
Yeah.
We know that that was the subject of a notice to which there was an appeal. The matter came to a trial, first of all, at the Magistrates' Court, and was the subject of an appeal once it had been found that there had been a breach of that community protection notice with a fine together with costs. That
Yes.
notice has been withdrawn, hasn't it?
It's been withdrawn. My understanding is that after that notice was, or after the court hearing, that the appellants have now improved the level of security on the site. So, for example, there is now steel sheeting around all of the entrances of the grandstand and all other openings, and the front gates, the main gates, are now locked. You know, whereas in the previous period they've been left open and for days on end and so on.
Yeah, I'm told there is a divergence of view on some of those matters. As far as the steel sheeting being done, that has been done and attended to together with certain other security measures. But there was an appeal that was intended to be heard in June of this year, wasn't there?
That's correct.
Yeah. And arising out of discussions between the parties, and I'm just going to leave it there for those discussions, that appeal was withdrawn and the council withdrew its notice, yes?
Yes, on the grounds of the improved security that was put in place. Is what I
No, it's on the
understand.
grounds that the notice was withdrawn. There is no, unless you're able to assist me, can you provide me with a document to say that was the basis of withdrawal of the notice?
No, I can't.
No. So in those circumstances, all we know factually is the notice has been withdrawn and was withdrawn in the earlier part of this year.
That's correct, following the conviction late last year.
Yeah. And as to what would have occurred at the rehearing at appeal, that's a matter upon which obviously it is moot because it was never pursued because the
Yes,
notice was withdrawn.
we don't know what the outcome might have been.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Now, beyond your pages 9 and 10 plan, which is the cost plan
Yeah.
in respect of certain works, which we've already discussed, is there anything in the nature of a business plan to
We-
indicate what would be the incomings, what would be the outgoings, and what, if anything, would be referable to repayment, what, if anything, would be referable to rent?
We have produced a draft business plan where we consider
Is
those items.
Is that before us?
No.
No.
The information we used in that was used to draw the conclusions in paragraph 66.
We've heard the references for the terrace standing of approximately 6,000 spectators. Many of the similar points were made by Mr. Hunter earlier on today, and you may have heard the questions I put to Mr. Hunter.
Yes.
I don't necessarily want to go through the entire list again, but has there been any evaluation as to where those 6,000 spectators would be located and what, if any, safety measures would need to be put in place, as well as any works by way of structural or other works in order to facilitate that? Is there a plan in being where we can see that?
Well, the proposition is that the state of the terracing on the back straight under the terracing is in the best condition. So our intention, I think, would be first to make sure that that area was made good, and then we would look at either turns 1, 2 or 3, 4, depending on the way in which the stadium, with which spectators may be allowed into the stadium. You know, if they were allowed through what was the pit gate end, then we would probably do turns 1 and 2 first, followed by 3, 4.
Yeah. So far as spectators coming to venues, whether it is for music, whether it's for sport, whether it's for football, rugby, speedway, otherwise, that has, for a range of reasons, some tragic and otherwise, been the subject of increasing scrutiny and regulation, hasn't it?
The people arriving and
yeah, to make sure
departing.
that people can arrive, watch and go away safely.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's not something which has been identified how in respect of the structurally currently unsound site has been the subject of evaluation, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. That itself presents a major query, does it not, over the realism of that which is being proposed?
No.
In short, you don't know how you're going to be able to safely get people in, watch and leave, such that there is an identified way of being able to say, yep, we've got that, this is how it can happen.
That's true, but I think the answer is you need a gate.
I think it may be a little bit more sophisticated than that, Mr. Carter.
Well, I mean, can I just say that the World Championship final this year was held at Northampton Stadium, which is a stadium that had a temporary grandstand built with a capacity of 1,200 people, and all of the terracing there is grass, and the entrance into the stadium was through just an entrance from the car parking area, where there was people on desks checking the tickets that had been sold online, and a shed, people selling tickets where they wanted to pay on the day. You know, we're not talking here about crowds, you know, like 60, 70,000 people turning up at Old Trafford in a very short period. We're talking here about much lower levels of crowds, and crowds which, you know, as we heard yesterday or the day before from Phil Morris, you know, the sorts of people that are coming along here are not looking for trouble, potentially, you know, in the same way that has happened at certain football matches in the past.
Yeah, I'm not going to take any point in respect of football matches in the past and what may or may not occur in respect of those, nor am I going to suggest that essentially some version of the, the Coventry headhunters are going to be finding their way into this particular group. But it is necessary, irrespective, and I know I'm being flippant there, I recognise irrespective of that, it is necessary to ensure that people are properly dealt with. And that does mean, among other things, physically, how you're going to be able to accommodate them on terracing.
I mean, absolutely. I completely agree with you. I mean, at the moment, the existing entrances were through the area that goes past the grandstand. So if that area had to be boarded off, which I think is likely, then you would have to come with some alternate arrangement. If cars and transporters were entering through the pit entrance, logic suggests to me that it would be more sensible to have the pedestrian entrance at the other end of the grandstand building, in other words, towards turn 3 and 4.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to ask you to design it on the hoof, but thank you for your observations. As far as things such as staffing, marketing, cost planning, salaries, none of that forms part of any business plan that's available yet, correct?
It's not available yet. That would obviously have to be prepared before anything actually happened.
Yeah. this is reference to your paragraph 47.
47.
Yeah, just want to confirm what we agreed a little earlier, that in terms of any of those costs, you're unable to assist us with regard to the detail of any of those and as to whether they are comparable directly or otherwise with that which might be required in this case.
I think I've already said they are informed best estimates.
Yeah, thank you. If I can take you back, if I may, to your paragraph 43 and the letter from the Mayor of the West Midlands.
Yeah.
Now, the Mayor of the West Midlands doubtless has many things which he wishes to say in advance, but with regard to this site, there is no identified funding to come from the Mayor of the West Midlands, is there?
Not currently, no.
No.
Because there's no bid been made to him.
Right. Any such bid would have to be on the basis of a fully justified and open for scrutiny business plan that would explain that it wasn't just simply an amount by way of subsidy, but that the money would be returned. Would you agree?
It would have to be informed by proper business plan, that's right. And the terms of any funding, whether that is loan or grant, that would remain to be determined. Yeah. So it may have to be paid back, it might not have to be, depending on its source.
Are there any identified funding headings that you're aware of available to the Mayor of the West Midlands Combined Authority that would be available and suitable to being applied for this particular purpose?
Well, the sorts of funding that might be available potentially would be Levelling Up Fund.
That's been spent quite a few times over in a variety of locations, hasn't it, Mr. Carter?
Well, yeah, but as far as I know, it's still there, and it comes out in tranches, doesn't it?
Is there any tranche or heading that indicates that that is available and would be utilisable in this case?
Well, there's nothing to say that it wouldn't be either.
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously, election coming, that may obviously have bearings upon that in due course, as to whether or not any such...
That's possible. I mean, could I just say about the Mayor of the West Midlands that we didn't approach the Mayor of the West Midlands. He actually approached us to talk to us. And what triggered that, in particular, was the furore surrounding the closure of Wolverhampton Speedway. And it also, when we met with Mr. Street, it was just a few days after, as well, the Crooked House incident.
Well, that's nothing to do with this here, is it?
No, but the point is, he approached us. We have not approached him.
Yeah, well, politicians approach a lot of people, bluntly. And we obviously would be very happy to talk to Mr. Street. He hasn't necessarily come to us as yet, which is, again, a bit surprising and disappointing, but there we are. Okay.
Do you want him to come to you for funding?
Very happy to talk to Mr. Street.
Well, because of a funding gap.
No, I'll be very happy to talk to Mr. Street. Last time I saw him, I think, was in the bar of the Oxford Union about 35 years ago. But I'll be very happy to reacquaint myself with him at this time. And I might be able to assist him with a number of matters of information, which may help. There we are. Okay. You talked to us about the Wolston leisure. That is as you indicated, a pitch that's about 65 by 35 metres.
The 3G pitch, yeah. It has a number of grass pitches as well.
Yeah. So far as the 3G pitches, I understand even on that site, those get split between to 35 by 30 pitches.
Yeah,
so in reality, they themselves come up with smaller scale pitches, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
I think that's so that you can play. I think Mr. Here talked about this, didn't he? It was either 3, 5, 7, or even 9. I think 9 aside was as high as he went, wasn't it?
I'm not going to pick a card on this one, but I'm happy to see what that may come out. Do you have any particular background in terms of sporting provision other than stock cars, but as far as 3G pitches and the like, do you have any background in that?
No, I don't.
No. Thank you. Can you assist me? Paragraph 60 of
60.
60 of your proof. The appellant concedes that it cannot assess viability. Can you assist me where that comes from, please?
Well, I think that's an observation based on Mr. Eady saying that he can't actually produce conclusive figures for Speedway and stock cars because all of the relevant figures aren't available.
Well, with respect to Mr. Eady, that's him very properly setting out a caveat which actually has informed some of the discussions that we've had as to, for instance, matters on attendances not being known.
But he didn't, for example, talk to the governing bodies, which he could have done.
The governing bodies will not be providing that information any more than anyone else has, other than on the basis of, we could tell you, but then we're going to have to kill you. We've already had that one already during the course of this week.
But he claims to have, I think, met the chairman of the British Speedway Promoters Association, but we're not. But without naming him, for instance, and we don't think he has.
Right. Okay, well, doubtless you can ask Mr. Eady about all of that in due course, but there is nothing in any of his documents or in the appellant's documents that says the appellant concedes it cannot assess viability. That's just your contention, yes?
I accept that, yes.
Yeah. So, in fact, it isn't the appellant concedes because the appellant has never conceded that, has it? If we look at any of the documents, you won't find anything either explicitly or by necessary implication which actually stands that proposition up, is there?
But he concludes, doesn't
Forgive me.
He concludes that the reopening of Brandon Stadium for Speedway is not viable.
Forgive me. The question I asked you, if we look in any of the documentation, is there anything which indicates either explicitly or by necessary implication that the appellant concedes it cannot assess viability?
It cannot assess viability. Well,
The appellant concedes. Is there anything in any of the documents happily be taken to any of them? CDs, proofs of evidence, any of the reports? Is there anything where that we'll see that?
I'm not sure explicitly concedes that. I think you're right there, but what I'm saying is that the conclusion he draws makes assumptions about it.
You may do, but it would be right to reflect the inspector's note, the inspector will go away with your proof, that contention is not one that can be stood up, can it?
Oh, I'm not sure I agree with that.
Well,
I mean, you can argue about the way that the wording is made, but the conclusion that Mr. Eady comes to, actually, you know, he assumes that it's not viable.
I can understand you might say...
So, can I say, maybe it is something we need to ask Mr. Eady?
Yes.
Whether, to confirm whether or not he has conceded.
Yeah. Yes,
if
I think
that
would be a good idea, yes.
Yeah. But so far as your evidence is concerned, because this is your evidence, can you point to any paragraphs, documents in any of the material that's before the inspector where that concession has been made?
What core document reference is it?
This is your proof of evidence. I just want to understand where this comes from.
Well, he says Paragraph 6.1.
No, I've read that. He doesn't concede anything in there, does he?
Well, you're saying it's clear.
From the national picture that speedway facilities are struggling.
There's no evidence to suggest that this situation will change.
Yeah. Struggling won't change. He's not saying he cannot assess viability. He's giving a deduction based upon the evidence and the material before him as to why it's struggling.
At this moment in time, it is not considered to be financially viable.
Yeah.
So he's drawing that conclusion.
Yeah, I understand. And you may well disagree with him. You may disagree with him very profoundly. But there isn't anything whereby there is a concession by the appellant that it cannot assess viability.
And the other point...
Forgive me, Mr. Carter. Well, it's not another point. There is nothing, or alternatively, for you. Can you please refer me to any document? We've looked at paragraph 6.1. It doesn't say that. Is there any document, any paragraph where that concession is made?
I think that what I've read from paragraph 6.1 is a reasonable inference to draw. And the point I made in the examination in chief was the campaign group's case for the reopening of the stadium is based on the financial viability from stock car racing and speedway running together.
Fine. That's been looked at, but what I don't understand is where the concession is. There's no concession or conceding that it cannot assess viability. That's why I've put to you, it's your wording, and I want to see where you say the inspector should look in order to see that proposition made good. We've looked at paragraph 6.1 of Mr. Eadie. Is there anything else?
Apart from 6.1, I can't recall anything.
No. I'm going to be, just so that you know, I'm going to be saying that that is a wholly misconceived deduction as to how that is made, and one that's wholly without justification, which is the reason why I want to, because before making that in closings, I want to give you the opportunity to identify where else you can make good that contention. Alternatively, withdraw it. Alternatively, rephrase it.
I think I could rephrase it something like the appellant has not been able to establish the information it requires to assess viability. The appellant has not been able to access the information required to assess viability.
Okay, well that's a matter which I'm happy to put to Mr. Eadie in due course, but we can take it that what is otherwise in paragraph 60 should be amended in the manner that you've just identified to us.
Yes, I'm okay.
Thank you very much. You make a contention at paragraph 62 which doesn't probably need a vast amount of elaboration, but where did you get that test of viability come from?
What I'm talking about there is the viability of the ongoing operation of the reopened stadium, not the acquisition cost.
Right, and where does that come from?
My understanding is that you would normally assess the ongoing viability at the date of the acquisition of the stadium.
So if I was to look
From
at
paragraph 62, you clearly say, I am advised. Well, who advised you, rather than your understanding?
Well, the person who advised me was a solicitor who works as part of the campaign group.
Right. Is there any statutory provision, authority, policy document, or otherwise that we can look at in order to understand the basis for that contention?
I can't identify one, no. I don't know.
It being in there, that's the reason why I've asked about it. In the absence of any of those things, no authority no policy, no statutory provision, that's a contention that can't be made good. Would you agree?
As I sit here, I cannot make that good. I would have to refer to the person that advised me, and I obviously can't do that.
No. This is your opportunity to give evidence. It's been in the stars for some time that you're going to be giving evidence here. You go and put evidence in formal form to the evidence. Can I suggest, as you're not able to make it stand up, that you withdraw paragraph 62?
Well, I don't think so, no, because it still stands that I was advised that.
Right, yeah, well, okay. I was advised that it was going to be sunny yesterday and rain today. Great. That doesn't take the wit of human knowledge forward at all, unless there's a proper basis for it.
That would be on the basis of advice from an expert.
Well, that's the reason I've asked, because I think it is fundamentally misconceived.
Well,
and that's the reason why I said, please provide authority or justification.
Yeah. I accept that you don't accept what I'm saying, but you invited me to withdraw the paragraph, and I've refused.
Yeah, okay. On the basis that it is without foundation.
It's on the basis that I was advised by a solicitor.
Yeah. I used to be one of those, but I learned. Okay.
Over 1 o'clock, Mr. Goatley.
Yeah,
whether it's a convenient time for you.
That's a convenient time.
To a break. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Then. Sorry, Mr. Humphries, was there something?
Just briefly. First of all, I wouldn't want the inquiry to be misled. The witness referred to a solicitor. He's a non-practicing solicitor, so a lawyer rather than a practicing solicitor. I ought to say that technically. Secondly, it being a legal matter, what is advised there, that's more appropriate, I think, for submissions rather than...
No, not if I don't know what the case is that I'm being asked to meet. That's the reason why I've asked for it.
But I think it's on the basis, I suspect it's on the basis that I opened the case in my opening.
That doesn't say that either.
No, well, that's what underlies this point, I suspect.
Well,
anyway, that's the.
Okay. If there is some authority, statutory provision or policy to justify that, then I would like to see it.
It's the point I raised in opening and footnotes as well.
Yeah, I know. I've read
one
that.
Should approach.
That, you know,
given the background, that's a legal submission rather than a planning judgment.
We can call this submissions.
I'm just to clarify.
Yeah, clarify.
There's a point where one has to. The witness has given answers. He's gone as far as he can. I think there's a misunderstanding. So, and also I don't think it's within his area of expertise. But learned friend, I'm just trying to point out that without in any way interrupting, reach the end of that point. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, it is a point you could come back to in re-examination, as you're aware.
Well, no, I think it's a matter of
submissions.
submission. It's legal submission. Yeah. And it's referred to in my opening statement. The principles which underlie that.
I'm not sure that's right, but I hear what you say.
Well, that's
we'll leave it there. We're not going to resolve it right now.
I agree. I have to clarify to you, first of all.
No,
I can't
fine.
mislead the inquiry.
I understand
point
that.
One. And
yeah.
the other point is, because I think there's a misunderstanding, I need, having given proper opportunity to my own friend to question, I think we've gone as far as we can on that, and I'll deal with this.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Right. Okay, then. We will adjourn for lunch then till 2 o'clock. Just a reminder, Mr. Carter, I'm afraid you're lunching alone. You're really no mates and you can't confer with your team.
I'll be going over the road again.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. Then we are adjourned till 2.
All right, good afternoon again, everybody. The time is now 2 o'clock. So we'll resume this afternoon session. So, Mr. Goatley, would you like to continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Carter, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
And you are now on candid camera again. Mr. Carter, among the matters that you referred to, it's paragraph 65 of your proof of evidence.
Yes.
You have speculate, or to be fair, you assert that a fair rent for each race for Speedway would be, sorry, for each event, I do beg your pardon, at current rates is £3,000 plus VAT. Have you derived that figure from someone else rather than yourself?
I believe that's the rent that was paid at Coventry prior to closure and is the sort of the going rate at other stadiums.
Right. In terms of going rate at other stadiums now, is that something that you have inquired of those who are stadium owners?
No, it isn't. I've got that figure from the sort of the Speedway specialists on the campaign group.
Righto. And in terms of that, do you have any view as to what that covers in terms of outgoings such as light, heat, power, stadium preparation, cleaning, security, stewarding, insurance, licenses, etc.?
My understanding is that that is for the hire of the venue. So that would be the hire of the venue with power. But anything specifically necessary to run a Speedway event would be the responsibility of the Speedway promotion.
Right. So in terms of that figure, it's not been derived from any Speedway stadium owner, and you've not spoken to any?
Well, it's based on the rent paid at Coventry prior to closure.
That was up to 2016?
That's what I believe it was, yes.
Yeah. And have you, say, you've not spoken to anyone who's operating a Speedway stadium now? Pardon me.
Well, I've spoken to Mr. Ford, who understands that if he were to operate at Coventry Stadium, then the rental level would be subject to negotiation, but that is the figure that's been talked about.
Right, okay. But that's been talked about in circumstances where, among other things, there isn't a business plan that would actually look into all the various costings, correct?
I accept that.
Yeah. The £275,000 a year in respect of stock car racing, where does that come from, and where would that go to in terms of, again, similarly meeting all the various costs of running a stadium?
Well, that paragraph says what it says, which is that we estimate the total receipts would be 540,000, principally from gate sales, admissions, that is, the rental, and for food and drink sales. The 275 is the figure that we have established through the sort of our draft business plan.
Which we've not yet seen.
That's correct, but those figures are based on the past rates where we can pin them down, and for instance for electricity assume a significant increase in the rate that would be payable.
Thank you. Now, you raised a question about whether or not it's appropriate to have regard to the needs of another authority for the purposes of understanding the needs that may arise in one authority's area. Is there anything within the NPPF or otherwise that suggests that that is something to be excluded or discounted?
You're referring here to, for instance, the duty to cooperate type discussions.
Well, I'm not going to use the duty to cooperate because that's no longer cooperating, I think.
But I think there's a requirement for adjoining authorities to work together so that if there are cross-boundary matters that require attention, then they would need to have discussions surrounding those. Now, my understanding of the 3G requirement potentially coming from Coventry is that that's a relatively recent thing that's been established and is effectively it would be part of the technical evidence base for the current round of local plan reviews.
It doesn't have to be done. It's not a matter which has to be laboriously dealt with in that way, is it? It's a matter that if there is an issue where on a site-specific or project-specific basis there is a need which may arise in a variety of areas and it may be met in a particular area, there's no particular procedural need, nor is there any policy need for that to be the subject of some alternative process between the authorities. If it's dealt with in an application or dealt with in an appeal, if there is a need which manifests itself over administrative boundaries, then that's something that the decision taker can take cognizance of, yes?
Yes, I wouldn't disagree with that.
And indeed, I think the ANOG document, which is CD 15 point, forgive me, I opened the wrong one, which didn't have the 15 figure on it, forgive me.
15.1 something, isn't it?
15.1.4.
Yes. Okay.
If I can take you to page 22 of that. And I recognise this is in context of carrying out assessments in context of ANOG-based assessments.
Page 22 or PDF
Sorry,
22?
I beg your pardon, PDF 22.
Okay.
That deals with geographical scope, and as A23 makes clear, where and how people play sports is not confined by administrative boundaries and will often go beyond local authority administrative boundaries for certain sports and facilities, yes?
Yes.
So consequently, whether it goes beyond those areas, it is in one sense a material factor in the establishment of need, but it doesn't require this to be some form of super-added process under the guise of a duty to cooperate or something similar for it to be resolved prior to actually making any determination about it. Would you agree?
Yes, I would agree with that. Yeah. But the assessment, I mean, I think it's A22, paragraph above, is that the assessments of needs are carried out on a local authority area basis, aren't they?
Well, they may be as part of the evidence base, because there are a variety of facilities, whether it's sporting or otherwise, that may, whether it's sporting, housing, employment, crematoria, they may well have cross-boundary implications, yes?
Yeah, but the sport assessments that are carried out, as far as I'm aware, don't cover speedway and stock car racing anyway.
It may not do. But that's the point is when one's looking at, because this is in context of 3G pitches, where you were saying in context of 3G pitches, if you're going to be saying something about the needs of Coventry, that has to be subject to some higher level process. There's no requirement for that. There's a stage anterior to making a decision as to whether or not there is a justified need which may cross over administrative boundaries. Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, various people who just want to understand whether you've had discussions with them, you talked about the potential for some kind of cycle use on what was the Greyhound track, but may require resurfacing.
Yes.
Have I understood that correctly?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you had any discussions with any relevant cycle bodies?
No.
You also spoke about matters on sponsorship, and I think it was Buildbase, I think you spoke of, who had
Yes.
been a previous sponsor, and you thought it highly likely that they would sponsor again. Have you had any discussions with them?
No, I didn't say that they would necessarily sponsor again, I don't think.
Well, you said
just-
it's a new company, different company.
It's a different company, and I would be hopeful that, because they supply building materials. That's their function. So I would hope that we would be able to come to some sort of arrangements with that company.
Right, because my note is, and if I'm in error in this, was that you considered it highly likely, in the light of their previous sponsorship under the heading of Buildbase, that you'd see something similar from them again. Have I misunderstood that?
That was sponsorship of the Speedway team.
Yep.
I was talking about sponsorship in terms of securing the capital cost of restoring the stadium.
Right. But irrespective of whether or not it's sponsorship of the team or those particular building costs, you've had no discussion with them or their successor company?
Well, not directly with the company, except one of the people who is on the campaign group committee was the former manager of Buildbase.
Yeah. Well, is he still part of the company?
I believe he is, yes.
Right. But you actually haven't got any commitment from the company. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
I do think we've got a letter from the company somewhere actually supporting what the campaign group is trying to do.
Well, irrespective of whether they're supporting it or not, they haven't said that they're actually going to stick their hand in their pocket in a manner which is material to anything that you're saying about the viability of what you're proposing. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Carter, thank you very much indeed.
Okay, thank you. Just a few questions from me, if you don't mind, just for my clarity. I'll just check my scribbles on here, just so I know what hasn't been covered. The majority of it has, to be fair. Can I ask you about stock car events? And you suggested there was 15 stock car events held at Coventry previously, and you made reference to that. That's just over one a month, or just something like that. Is that normal, that number of stock car events at a stadium? Doesn't seem a lot over a year.
It isn't that many. It does vary between stadia. The traditional date at Coventry for Formula One stock cars was the first Saturday of the month. In the past, Speedway also ran on Saturdays. So what happened was that the Speedway team rode their away matches on the date that the stock cars would be at the stadium. When Speedway moved away from the stadium, that opened up more Saturday dates, allowing more stock car race meetings. So for many years there were only 8 stock car dates there. Other stadium, Hednesford Raceway, I think can hold 17 or 18 race days a year, either all Sundays and bank holiday Mondays and one Saturday evening. It's very strictly controlled. Birmingham Wheels, when it was open, used to have about 25 meetings a year. Tracks like Kings Lynn I think they basically run every 2 weeks. They probably have about 30 meetings a year.
So those stadiums, those are the ones that can accommodate the F1 events, yes?
Well, the F1 stadia are set out in our evidence. The ones I've talked about there, Coventry did, obviously. Birmingham Wheels did. It's closed down. Hensford Raceway can. Stoke used to, but that's closed down. Northampton is still there. That hosts them. Kings Lynn does. Mildenhall does. Ipswich, Skegness, Bradford and Sheffield. They're the ones this season as well.
Okay, well, in paragraph 18 of your proof, you tell me there that there are only 9 Briscoe stock car tracks in the UK. You just named some there. But there are surely other tracks within the UK, maybe not providing for F1, but there will be a significant number of other stock car tracks in the country. Is that correct?
Yes,
They won't be doing hot rods or
yes.
bangers or whatever.
Yes, that is correct. But not. They're not. There's a sort of a dearth of tracks now in the Midlands. Buxton is another track I forgot to mention.
By saying there's a dearth in the Midlands, what is there in the Midlands?
Well, I would say particularly the West Midlands. So the only tracks left in the West Midlands technically are Buxton, which is actually no, it's Derby. No, it's not West Midlands, is it? So the only track in the West Midlands now is Hedensford. That's in South Staffordshire, in Cannock Chase. Northampton would be East Midlands. Buxton, I guess, would be East Midlands, being right on the sort of the northern edge. But most of the tracks now, well, there's then in the north you've got Bradford and Sheffield, but most of the tracks are actually sort of on the eastern side of the country.
Okay, thank you. One other question I wanted to ask you. I'll just find it. Yes, paragraph 73. You say there, as part of the phased restoration and enhancement, additional community uses and other events would add to the sustainability of the stadium in the longer run. So, first of all, can you just explain to me what you mean by additional community uses and what they could possibly be?
Those were I think I sort of already referred to them at least slightly this morning when I referred to our planning application, where the principal ideas were to convert the dog track to a cycle training track. And the museum in one of the hangars for stock car racing and speedway, because there's a very rich heritage associated with the site. And we have talked about the gym, so changing the use of the underside, the bar underneath the grandstand into a gym, and then relocating the bar to take over the dog kennel building, which would be no longer required because we're not proposing to hold dog racing. And then the other thing about cycling is that potentially you could put cycle tracks into the car parking area to some degree, because there's a long distance cycle route that goes around Coventry. I can't remember what it's called, but it goes directly past the stadium.
Yeah, finally on that, in terms of additional community uses and other sources of income, effectively.
Oh, there's one other, Ma'am, which is that two ideas that came when we did public consultation on our proposals. One suggested in the gym some sort of climbing facility, and the other one was that on the centre of the track, it would be possible to run equestrian events like show jumping events. So that seemed quite attractive to us, on the grounds that it would attract traffic and people in the car park, but it wouldn't be an additional noisy activity.
All right, thank you. The final question really relates to those additional uses, and I know you haven't got a formal business plan
that is before us at this inquiry at the moment. But you say you have been working on a draft version.
Yes.
How crucial are those other uses to the viability, the financial viability of the stadium going forward in your view?
I don't think they're absolutely crucial to it, in the sense that we think that based on the attendance levels in the past, which we have very accurate figures on, and we know from talking to other promoters the sorts of, that when spectators come into the stadium, we've got a pretty good idea of how much they're prepared to spend on average on food and beverages. And we think that there'd be a considerable operating surplus relying on just speedway and stock car racing. But I think it would be possible to derive additional income from those additional activities. But I think the intention is more to try and open the facility up to the community, so that the community can use those facilities other than just attending speedway and stock car meetings, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that does make sense, yeah. So in terms of seasonality, there's a season to speedway, is that right? Is there one summer for stock cars?
In effect, yes. I mean, I think the speedway season is probably April to October. Stock car racing extends. Actually, stock car racing is a bit different because it tends to run at least at some level all year round. Although, I think other than March to November, then it would probably close. In the past, meetings at Christmas have been held. But the weather is not. I think people prefer to stay inside, really.
In that off-season, when you're not generating an income, what happens then in terms of viability?
Well, the viability with the income received principally during the racing seasons would have to cover the whole of the year. What the close season does do is that if you want to carry out improvements that might affect the ability to run events, for instance, it gives you a window in which those works can be carried out.
That's helpful. Thank you very much, Mr. Carter. So, Mr. Humphreys, any points in re-examination from you, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam. Mr. Carter, right at the end of Malone & Friends' cross-examination, you referred to the former manager of Build Base.
Yes.
Could you just remind me, what's that person's surname?
His name is John Clark.
John Clark. Okay. Yes. Bear with me a moment. Right, I'll just park that for a moment. I'll come back. Going back to we're just trying to find a letter, if it's one in the core documents. I'll come back to this necessarily. Going back to the beginning, you've prepared your schedule of estimated costs and the contingency and you've given evidence in relation to that. Having seen the evidence put in by, for example, Mr. Hooper, Mr. Clark, etc., and in the light of questions that have been asked of you today, are there any changes that you would wish to make to the schedule you provided?
No, I don't think so, not at this stage.
Then you are taken to Schedule 3 of Mr. Hooper's proof of evidence, the structural condition report by Farrow Walsh Consulting. And if we just go, please, to page A17. so you will read the document as a whole, but just to go to the conclusions and recommendations, but to look at section 4 as a whole, so that we've got a proper overview. 4.1.1, under the heading Stability, Condition and Expected Lifespan of Structure, overall there were multiple areas throughout the main grandstand, smaller grandstand and terrace areas where major defects and overall instability due to fire damage, weathering, ground movement and negligence to the metal frame, roof, wooden gantry, facades, excessive cracking, oblique concrete terrace. The main grandstand is regarded as structurally unsafe and not suitable for use. The smaller grandstand is regarded as structurally stable with corrective maintenance, while the terrace area is compromised due to subsoil movement and self-seeding planting. As such, it is regarded as structurally unsafe and not suitable for use. The terrace areas are compromised due to subsoil movement and self-seeding planting. As such, they're regarded as structurally unsafe and not suitable for use. Just pausing there. Where in 4.1.3 there is reference to the smaller grandstand as well as the terrace area, what's your understanding of that terrace area, what that relates to? Is that the smaller grandstand or is it the terraced areas generally?
I think that's the terraced area generally, isn't it?
Well, just then we can pardon me. You referred to the planting when giving evidence. Let's go on to the recommendations and summary. We have defects which have been categorised as follows: significant, and just looking over the page, we go on to 2/3 of the way down page A18 to major and then minor. Do you see that?
Yes.
Significant, main grandstand, I don't think there's any issue between the parties in relation to that. Then we come on to A18, smaller stand. Observed major levels of corrosion to the exposed metalwork forming roof truss, cross girder, supporting columns, bracing connections. Unstable panels of block work throughout grandstand due to vandalism, significant risk. Major crack through the slab forming the steps requires replacing. Water penetration of the concrete slab has resulted in spalling of concrete and the corrosion of the reinforcement, limiting capacity. General vegetation growth throughout requires clearing to limit further damage to concrete and masonry. The terrace, water penetration of the concrete slab has resulted in spalling of concrete and the corrosion of the reinforcement, limiting capacity. Major, we don't have anything in relation. Is the eastern stand, I'm just trying to get my, is that the smaller stand, or is that the?
Well, I think that, yeah.
Yeah.
The eastern stand must be the grandstand, wasn't it? No. The terrace.
Yeah.
Might be air photo on page A20.
So the question is, which is the eastern stand?
Yeah.
Well, doesn't that mean the limb at the end of the main grandstand?
Well, you can't ask me questions.
Well, yeah.
I'm just.
I
if you
think,
don't know, you
that,
don't
I
know.
think that's what it's referring to, because that's where the serious fire has occurred.
All right. And then, okay, we just a minor main grandstand, self-seeding planting, and then terrace, self-seeding planting throughout areas of cracking and unseating the concrete. Then it goes 422. There were several areas throughout the main grandstand where significant major defects, etc., and then referring to the fire damage. 423, there were several areas throughout the smaller grandstand where significant to major defects in the form of ground movement, excessive cracking to concrete terrace, roof damage and general instability. And then there were several areas throughout the terrace areas where major defects in the form of ground movement, excessive cracking to concrete and overall instability. Now, in terms of looking at that, in terms of your understanding, as to the extent of the areas you referred to, the terraced areas, both underneath the smaller but long grandstand, which I think would probably be regarded as on the eastern side of the site. But that's, in terms of the areas, the extent of the areas which, in your view, you can still use, and the capacity of those areas which you could still use without major works, what is your understanding? What is the area of those terraces which you could use in the first instance, having cleared the vegetation, for example?
Well, the easiest one to clear is the one under the terraced on the back, terraced canopy on the back straight, because the concrete there is pretty much clear. It's only when it goes down and becomes exposed that the self-seeding has taken root. So this report recognises that that needs to be dealt with, but I don't think it makes the point that it's not insurmountable by any stretch. And then the other two terraces on turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, they're the ones where they're not protected by a canopy, so therefore there is self-seeded vegetation growing on parts of them. But as we saw on the site visit, there are elements of the terrace where you can see where they have been previously repaired, and it's my assertion that it might well be that further elements of the existing terrace would need to be repaired in a similar way, or even potentially replaced in certain cases, but that is not a particularly difficult or complicated task to achieve.
So in terms of, we've referred to a figure of up to approximately 6,000 for the terrace areas, including the terracing under the grandstand. In terms of, if one were to make allowances for some of the points raised here, do you have a figure in mind as to what figure you would be capable of accommodating?
Well, if the works were phased in order to hold events, then the obvious place to start would be on the back straight, which would achieve up to 3,000 capacity, and then moving on to the bend, which would essentially enable a doubling of that capacity. If I was phasing the works, I would choose the end of the track closest to the pedestrian access and exit points that had been established, for safety reasons.
Yes. You were asked about, you gave evidence about how you envisage access and the segregation of pedestrians from vehicles.
Yes.
And just to help me with this, is that something which you thought about for the first time when being cross-examined, or is that something you thought about before?
No, I've thought about that before. But as I say, I think that with the volume of people that we are talking about, at least in the initial opening phase, and the fact that they would arrive at the stadium over an extended period of time, that and as long as you open the gates up to enable a trickle of people to go into the stadium, rather than leaving the gates shut until, say, half an hour before it starts, so you create a queue, then actually there isn't any real problem in getting people in and out of the facility. And I referred to the example at Northampton for the most important event of the season, which basically just has an open fence with security people and people selling or checking tickets.
Yes. Moving on from that, thank you for that. My own friend raised the question of the community protection notice. I just want to understand this. Is it your understanding, for anything that was put to you, that the appeal against the conviction is being pursued by the appellant?
No.
No, it's not.
No. Okay. Yes. Now, there are been a number of questions at the inquiry generally about figures for attendances, and you've given the evidence you can, your understanding of Coventry, and I'm not going back over that. This is in the context of the overall context about whether there's a decline in stock car racing and speedway. In terms, and you were asked about, Madam Inspector asked you about the number of tracks that there are, and also the number of events as well. In terms of the change in the number of tracks available, the number of events being occurred, we'll leave aside attendances, we haven't got specific figures or detailed figures from elsewhere. But in terms of tracks and events, in terms of this, whether there's a decline that you see, is there anything you want to say in relation to that?
Well, in relation to stock car racing, when Coventry last operated in 2016, I believe there were 50 events on the calendar. And now, this season, I think it's 43 or 44 events on the calendar. So essentially, the effect of the closure of Coventry has been to shrink the sport, I think, actually. I think that's a fair conclusion to draw, particularly in the mind that Coventry was certainly one of the best attended of those tracks for ordinary meetings.
Yeah. In terms of Speedway, do you point to any figures in relation to that?
Well, in relation to Speedway, the number of meetings for Speedway obviously is dependent on the number of teams in the league, and whether they race home and away once or twice. But I think it was the comment that the Wolverhampton promoter made, which is important, that the Speedway season has playoffs at the end of the season and cup matches. So if the team is successful, there will be additional matches. And if there are teams that are local to where you're located, then there tend to be derby matches as well. So you will have sort of like friendly challenge matches as well, perhaps early in the season. So depending on the location of other tracks and depending on the performance of the team in a season, that can have an effect on whether the number of events goes up or down slightly.
Yes, I see. Thank you. So, right. Well, we've. But overall, in terms of the question of decline, what do you say in relation to the numbers of meetings?
Well, the number of meetings has reduced, but I think it's fair to say that the driver interest for Formula One stock cars has maintained levels pre-COVID, possibly improved them. But then that's perhaps to be expected for the formulas that are more at the elite end of the sport. The real costs, I think, of what's been going on, not only at Coventry but the other stadiums that have closed in the Midlands as well, is for the sort of the ordinary man on the street who just wants to race at his local track or just take his family to view at the local track. Then that is obviously something that has had quite a significant impact.
Yes.
Because there are formulas of cars that say might only race at Birmingham Wheels, and therefore if you take the track away, you take those opportunities away completely.
Yes. If I could turn to a slightly different subject, I think it flows from paragraph 60 of your proof of evidence. And
60.
60, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. this issue is the statement that you made that the appellant concedes it cannot assess viability. I just wanted to understand this in the context of what Mr. Eadie has said. So could we look briefly at CD 3.2, please, just so I can understand the context?
Yeah, got that.
CD 3.2 is the April 2023 Speedway Viability Appraisal.
Yes.
If we turn, please, to, first of all, to paragraph 5.2, which is on internal page 16. I'm afraid I don't have it in the PDF. 16 in the... 18, is it? Oh, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, 18. I'll make a note for the future on that one. We have here the section Part 5, Assessment of Viability. 5.1 is Mr. Eadie is there referring to the 2019 independent YWG report, identifying that the viability of the facility was difficult to establish. A financial assessment was produced by Rugby in November 2017, seeking to piece together the various strands of the financial jigsaw. It concluded that clarity surrounding the commercial operation was still limited. Ultimately, stadium viability is entangled in the finances of individuals and individual companies who or which are no longer available to consult or are unwilling to disclose information. Based on the above, this report does not look to determine whether the now closed speedway track at Brandon Stadium was a viable enterprise, but rather looks to evidence whether a redeveloped facility could be sustainable. Just in that term, is that what you said at paragraph 60, I'm going to come on to another part of this, but just pausing there, is that what you're referring to in paragraph 60, or is it a different point?
We were referring before to paragraph 6.1, weren't we, I think? But I think the important point about 5.2 is that basically it takes the closure of Brandon as a given. But I think the evidence that I referred to earlier showed that Brandon Stadium for Speedway was a viable enterprise, and also the letter from the accountants from the former owner showed that the stadium was a viable enterprise as well.
Yes, and then going on to 5.11 on page 17 and therefore 19 PDF, I think, I hope, based upon, this is YWG Review 2023 KKP analysis, based on both the findings of this study and KKP's earlier 2020 report, it's agreed that ascertaining the viability of Speedway as a sport and at Brandon Stadium is challenging. However, it does not seem reasonable to conclude that Brandon Stadium is not surplus to requirements, simply because information was lacking when the YWG report was produced. This instead appears to represent a shortcoming within the methodology undertaking the analysis carried out. I read that as a whole for fairness, but just going back to that first sentence, based upon the findings of this study in the earlier 2020 report, it's agreed that ascertaining the viability of Speedway as a sport and at Brandon Stadium is challenging. Again,
as it's written, that doesn't mention stock car racing. Okay. So say if stock car racing were taken out, then it would be challenging with Brandon Stadium in the state that it was, with the large grandstand, bars, and restaurants.
Yep. Thank you. It's helpful. Then, just to you were asked about paragraph 62 of your proof, where you say "I'm advised and believe." I just want to. Do you have a copy of my opening statement near at hand? If not, I can give you a clean copy.
I think.
No. Yes, I certainly shall.
I think there's one online now, actually. So I might be able to find it. Oh, hang on a second. I've got one.
My opening statement. Should I just give Mr.
I have got.
Let me just give you that.
Yeah, okay.
That's the spare one, which is unmarked. Just turn to paragraph 18, please. I just want to understand. In my opening, paragraph 18, I refer to, tell me when you're there, I refer to neglect involving the commission of criminal offence should not be rewarded by the granting of planning permission.
I am going to object. And I'm going to object very strongly to this, because effectively that was brought to a close as a line of questioning because Mr. Carter was unable to provide me with an answer. He was advised, and he was advised by a solicitor. It was nothing to do with Malone Trent's opening. Malone Trent said he was going to deal with matters by submissions. This is not an appropriate basis for re-examination. And I object very strongly to this.
Well, man, I'm not seeking in any way to, I'm not seeking to overstep the mark here. I simply wanted to understand, for the avoidance of any doubt, whether, just to try and clarify for the inquiry, since there's doubt being raised as to what was meant, what's being referred to there, whether that is the same point that I'm being raised, or something totally different. That's all.
I think we're going over ground that
very well.
we've already agreed that we're going to do written submissions.
That's fine.
I think Mr. Humphreys, you're better for leaving it.
No,
now.
that's fine. I just, I don't want to overstep the mark. It's simply over lunch. I thought that,
okay,
looking back at it,
that's
I thought...
Great. I think we'll leave that.
Very well.
Thank you.
That's fine. Yes, you were taken to the ANOG report at CD 15.1.4.
Yes.
You were taken, I think, to paragraphs 22 and 23.
Yeah.
I just want just cast your eye, please, at A24, just for completeness, please. Within that section, does that refer there to the Localism Act and the duty to cooperate?
Yes, it does.
Very well. And is that one of the points that you were referring to in the context when you referred to the duty to cooperate?
This is just pretty egregious leading. Well, it was the document I took him to. It was the subject area I took him to. This is taking him to a paragraph and saying, is this what you had in mind? I'm sorry, that's about as close to leading as you can get.
Actually, Madam, may I just respond on that? I'm not seeking to undermine anything that's been said. I'm simply pointing out that it's been put that this is really duty to cooperate is a separate issue. I'm simply saying that point is actually picked up by ANOG. I'm not going further than that. It's something that's referred to by ANOG, and that's the witness. That's the only point I'm making. I can make a submission if you want, but it's...
Okay, I think make it in submission, yeah.
Very well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. And finally, Mr. Carter, if you could go, please, to CD 15.5.12. This is in the context of the my own friend's last question of his cross-examination in relation to build base, and you mentioned that the name of the gentleman concerned was Mr. Clark. Was that right?
Yes, yes.
If we just briefly, please, just go to 15.5.12, page 4 of 6 in the PDF. There's a letter which is headed there on the top right, Wickham Blackwell Timber Engineering. Do you see that?
Yeah.
Dated 19th of June of this year. And if you just cast your eye down there, obviously this is from a Mr. Stephen Thompson, and I'll just allow you to cast your eye down there, but at the bottom of that first...
This is the successor company.
Oh, that's the successor company.
Of Build Base, yeah.
Just help me with this. right, the last line of that first page is a reference to a John Clark. Is that the
Yes.
same gentleman that you've been
Yes,
referring to?
and he's a member of the campaign group.
Thank you.
And there in the last paragraph on the next page, he talks about his support for what we're trying to achieve.
So, build base is now Wickham Blackwell, is it?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions. Thank you very much, Rowan.
Okay, thank you very much. Right.
Thank you.
I think what we'll do now is just take a short break and then we can all swap over and get our next witness ready. So if we take a short break now, we'll say till 3:10, and then we've got a little time to reorganise ourselves before we have our next witness. Thank you. Right, thank you very much, everybody. It's now 3:10, so we will resume this afternoon's session. So now we are going to turn to the appellant's witness, Mr. Eady, to discuss sports issues. So, Mr. Goatley, whenever you're ready, would you like to present your witness, please?
Thank you very much indeed.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Sorry.
Good afternoon. Mr. Eady, if I can introduce you to the inquiry. You are John Eady. You have a Bachelor of Arts Honours degree, a Master of Science degree, Master of Arts degree, and you are the founder and CEO of Knight, Kavanagh and Page, a leading UK-based national and international consultancy operating from offices in Greater Manchester.
Correct.
That consultancy offers specialist services in sport, leisure, culture, regeneration and green spaces. And as you identify in paragraph 1.1 of your evidence, your clients include local authorities, national governing bodies of sport, Sport England, independent sports clubs and developers, and you have a particular expertise in relation to planning for sport and leisure facilities and their protection, development and enhancement. You set out your previous background, including, among other things, involvement with other assessments and the help that you provided for, among other things, the production of the ANOG guidance that we've spoken of a little more in this appeal. Background to involvement you set out within paragraphs 1.6 through to 1.9. It's probably worthwhile just identifying those matters from your proof, that you were commissioned to undertake a feasibility study in respect of the development proposals at the disused and dilapidated Brandon Stadium, otherwise known as the Coventry Stadium, and the express purpose was to assess whether there was sufficient need in the local area to warrant a full-size 3G pitch at the site, and that following that you also did an update report, and you also in 2020 were commissioned to undertake a needs viability assessment with regard to future speedway use at the site, and that was undertaken separately and by separate consultants within your practice to those who dealt with the 3G pitch. What we now have are two particular documents which are just worthwhile highlighting. It's CD 3.1, which is the artificial 3G pitch feasibility study, and CD 3.2, the April 23 Speedway viability appraisals. Do I understand each of those has been the subject of a 2023 update? Is that the gist?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Now, you outline your reasoning as you set out in your scope of evidence at 110, and also dealing with certain of the objections made at 111. But the fundamental aspect I'd just like to take you to is that which is in your paragraph 112, which is the declaration that your evidence constitutes your true professional opinions to this inquiry.
It does.
Thank you very much. Mr. Eady, which would you prefer to deal with first of all? The matters relating to the speedway use or those matters relating to the 3G pitch?
We'll go speedway.
Speedway. Okay, in which case, that in mind, if we'll have, among other things, your speedway viability appraisal, CD 3.2, available, as well as your main proof of evidence.
Sorry, what number is the proof of evidence?
Your proof of evidence is 16.3.4. And you'll probably need to have available to you for the duration of the course of the afternoon also Mr. Allen's evidence,
Yes.
which is 16.1.2. And you may also need to have available to you Mr. Carter's evidence that we were dealing with a little while ago, which is 16.2.3. Please do. And is rebuttal evidence 16.2.11, which you may need to look at online if you don't have that one already printed off. I think probably the last element that you may need to have available to you, and I know I'm saying the last one because the next thing I'll say is you need to look at something else as well, is probably the independent review, which is CD 15.1.2, which was the White Young Green report from 2019.
Sorry, say that again. What is it?
CD 15.1.2. Thank you very much. Now, your proof of evidence deals with the speedway aspect of matters, starting at paragraph 2.9 and following.
Yep.
Now, you probably heard some of the comments and criticisms made by others in respect of your report or your proof, and for that matter, the underlying speedway viability appraisal, and saying that it had left matters out of account, including ANOG guidance. It had taken insufficient account of other features, including, among other things, stock car racing and its ability to support it. Taking it from the start and your involvement post White Young Green in 2019, what is it you have done and what is it that it takes you to in terms of your analysis and conclusions?
I think, as we've made quite clear in the report, there's not a huge amount of statistical evidence upon which to base an assessment of need or an assessment of viability. What we've tried to do is take the available statistics and the available data that appertains to speedway, less so to stock cars, and look at, in effect, the trends in the sport, which provide some indication of the current health of the sport, in our opinion. I would think it's important to state that we did, in none of our reports do we go out of our way trying to find a case. We try to investigate a case based on the available evidence, which is why we're able to operate for developers and for local authorities. In this instance, there is, as we said, and as the White Young Green report also says, there's not a huge amount of data. So what we looked at were trends in speedway with regard to clubs or teams, I should probably say, where that's gone in the sport over the last few years, and we mapped those out in the report in respect of the loss of teams over the last few years since 2016. And the revival of one or two as well. Workington Comets has been cited, as has Oxford. However, there's a net loss of teams over the last 6 to 10 years.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Eady, to make sure you use your microphone, because you're a little bit quiet.
Okay.
And we are on YouTube, so I think some people might not be able to hear you very well. So
okay.
If you project a little bit more, thank you.
I'll do my best. Yes. The other thing we looked at was the data with regard to. I'll check it myself. Hold on. So we looked at the data with regard to tracks, we looked at the data with regard to the number of clubs, and we looked at where there was available evidence why those clubs had disappeared or been put on ice or ceased trading. Some of that does indeed relate to loss of facility. Some of that relates to clubs just running out. So Eastbourne, for example, has, I think in its own words, thrown in the towel over the last couple of years. And as I said, one or two clubs have emerged from in areas where they previously operated. So Comets has arrived back on the scene, supposed to start in 2022. It actually started racing in 2023, but it is racing this season. So I guess one would have to give it time to see whether it's going to recover, but it's certainly in its first season at a new track. It was racing at a stadium called the Derwent Park Stadium. It's now racing at a training track in Workington, but nonetheless it is there. We did have a look at Oxford in as much as, I know that's been discussed at some length, as there's data available about Oxford. It's running the two teams. It's also running quite an extensive greyhound operation. Again, we don't have figures for that, but the number of events, greyhound events, would suggest that there's a decent level of dependency on greyhound events for the sustainability of that particular venue. That's probably enough, isn't it?
Now, so far as the material that's available, you may have heard the observations being made by Mr. Carter, in particular, looking at your CD 3.2, paragraphs 5.1 and 5.2, and also paragraph 6.1. It's CD 3.2, and it's those paragraph numbers, 5.1, 5.2, 6.1. Well directed, Mr. Richards. Yes, thank you. I think we're engaged in competitive coughing here. Anyway, the essential thrust of the criticism made was that this indicates that you have nothing to say about viability really at the Brandon Stadium. You've got very little by way of data, and that therefore you can't really say very much. That seemed to be the gist of it. In your view, is that a fair reflection? Is that something which undermines the analysis that you've undertaken?
I think you could argue that. I think effectively we've got access to all the information, the data that is available. There's very little available about Brandon Stadium itself. There is data available about the current position of Speedway and the number of teams, the number of clubs or teams that are running across the three divisions. But in essence, a lot of the information that we would need to make an accurate assessment of the viability of the stadium isn't there because there's no business plan, no feasibility. And the only starting points, as it says in 5.3, relate to, for example, the cost of reinstatement of the stadium, which was the White Young Green report inclusion based on the Council's 2017 cost exercise.
Now, utilising that White Young Green report as you do at 2.9 of your proof, your view, please, as to whether or not the contentions found in that report are justified and remain justified now.
No, I don't think they're justified because there's no basis for them. I think Neil Allen Associates said, Neil's company had the same issues as we did, and there was no basis. I listened to, obviously, the discussion with Neil with regard to the advice he's been taking, but in effect there is no data upon which to base something which suggests that the stadium is viable. His comment with regard to the unequivocal case that it's surplus to requirement, that goes both ways. There's no unequivocal case that it's viable or can be brought back to life. So, if I'm honest, it was one of those statements that's, I guess, a bit of a cheap consultancy shot, where it's a bit like saying communication could be better in every agency you visit. it was just a very difficult exercise to take on. So I don't agree with his statement.
Now, you identify in paragraph 210 about the Speedway teams excluding Coventry Bees, and it was a question of whether they'd gone into administration or whether or not they have just ceased functioning. Are you able to assist in respect of that particular distinction?
I can a little bit. Working my way down that list, if I can find my sheet. So, to the best of my knowledge, the clubs to which we refer, Rye House Rockets, was annulled by Speedway in 2018. Lakeside Hammers actually moved into the stadium that had previously been occupied by the Rye House Rockets, the Rye House Stadium. It became Thurrock Hammers. It's now not competing because of the loss of the Essex Arena Raceway. Having said that, its attendance has declined between 2008 and 2017 from 860 to 340 per race. So I guess there were some viability issues there. Workington Comets, as I've just mentioned, the original club went into administration in 2018. It used to compete at the Derwent Park Stadium, which was a stadium. It was due to come back into operation 2022. It actually came back into competing, as we understand it, this year, 2023. It's taken the name from the old club, although it is not a reincarnation of the old club, as I understand it, and it's competing at the Northside training track, for which the new owners have purchased 1,200 seats, but I don't know how many spectators it's accommodating. Stoke Potters ceased in 2019 when its stadium closed. I believe it was called Luma Road. It did emerge, and there was some activity in that club in 2022, but as far as I'm aware, it wasn't competing in any way on a regular basis, and it possibly attended one or two one-off events in 2023, but it's not on the circuit, it's not on the events list for Speedway. As I mentioned earlier, Eastbourne Eagles, as I say in its own words, threw in the towel in 2023. In this instance, there is still a track, the Arlington Stadium, although I wouldn't be able to comment on the level at which that stadium is functioning. Newcastle Diamonds, as we understand it, came close to going out of business a long time ago in 2001, but it's closed officially temporarily in 2022, intending to come back this year in 2023, but as far as I'm aware, it hasn't resurfaced in 2023.
So Newcastle Diamonds, they're still not in being.
Not in being, and that was one of the tracks to which the White Young Green report, or one of those clubs to which the White Young Green report referred, which hasn't happened, the one in Durham, as we understand it. Oxford Cheetahs has come back. We've covered that a lot. Returned in 2022 after a 14-year absence, and I think they were running two sides in the NDL and the Championship this year, and we've heard a lot about successes or otherwise. What I do know is there's quite a lot going on there. There's quite a substantial stadium. They have a 180-seater restaurant. They have 350-seat glass-fronted executive suites, and a stadium capacity of 1,500, notwithstanding comments about the propensity to increase that.
So what's the stadium capacity?
On the website, on the information we have available, 1,500. It also, as I said earlier, runs quite an extensive greyhound racing programme and accommodates a football team, which I think is called Oxford Chargers. Swindon Robins had permanent closure in September 2022, and that's our list.
What do you take of that as a set of factors or set of features?
Well, the net, one of the things we've based some of our analysis on is there is a net decline in the number of teams competing in Speedway, which I think, as was alluded to by Mr. Carter, means there's a net reduction in the number of events, home and away, to which Speedway teams or in which they can compete. It's accompanied by a reduction in TV revenues, which is documented and is in our report. So overall, while information about Brandon is thin on the ground, information about Speedway, in as much as it is available, mostly points to a downward trend.
Now, there is a clear interplay between the evidence that you give and the evidence that Mr. Osborne gives. So if there are any questions which you think are better directed to him,
Will do.
then do so. And the reason why I put it that way, as of others, is because there's a clear crossover, but there's also an element of primacy.
Yes.
So far as the operation of these teams, what in broad outline is the basis for their income and what are their outgoings?
Well, a large part would defer to Mr. Osborne on that.
Defer to Mr. Osborne.
In general, outgoings, paying riders, presumably travel and accommodation related to attendance at events, and so on. But I would rather Mr. Osborne dealt with that in detail.
Similarly with regard to TV and media, is that a matter for Mr. Osborne?
More so than me. All we've done is use the officially published data on that.
Thank you very much. Now, so far as that published data, where do you understand that to provide what may be characterised, perhaps not altogether helpfully for this analogy, the direction of travel for the purposes of...
Well, I think we've
Speedway.
described it as a steady decline in the amount of money circulating in and the popularity of the sport and the number of teams competing in the sport. It doesn't relate directly to Coventry Bees because, again, around Coventry Bees there's no information, but it doesn't, if you like, put a good light on the overall condition of the sport.
Why doesn't it directly apply to Coventry Bees?
Well, it does in the broader sense, in the sense of the decline in the attendances and the money that's going into Speedway. In respect of the direct implications for Coventry Bees, there is no data. So we have extrapolated from the wider data that's available in the sport.
Now, there have been a number of other locations which have been extolled as showing a particular template or precedent that might be followed. One that was advanced was Manchester. Yeah. Another that's been advanced is Oxford. Can you assist with either or both of those in terms of what has been their profile, given that they are clubs that have either been re-established or relocated in the near past and therefore represent some form of present evidence base for assessment?
Well, if I reiterate Oxford first, I have no specific data out Oxford apart from what is available on the site there, which, as I said, is a functioning grandstand, a functioning catering and entertainment suite, functioning hospitality, as well as a sort of external spectator capacity. It's also, as I said, operating quite a substantial greyhound racing programme and is accommodating a football team. So it has a multi-income-based model across those three areas of activity, although I don't imagine the football is a huge contributor. With regard to Manchester, I directly interviewed the facilities contracts manager in Manchester who deals directly with the Bellevue Stadium and the Bellevue Club. I'll probably have to refer to my notes to go through the specifics of that.
Please do.
So, as it says in my notes, the Greyhound track operator wished to sell the combined facility in 2014-15. Am I right? Okay. Right. Okay. So, the Greyhound track operator wished to sell the venue, or the combined Greyhound and Speedway site for housing in 2014-15. Bellevue Aces approached the City Council and secured from the Council's Strategic Development Department MCC capital investment plus support to secure a bank loan, which BVA was due to repay. The capital invested secured an up-rated Speedway track with...
Can you slow down a little bit? We're trying to take notes as well and try and follow you. Thank you.
Okay.
If it helps, we're at 2.12 in his proof.
Yes, I'm sort of running through 2.12, yes.
I want to make sure that there's nothing additional.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the capital that was provided and invested secured an upgraded track, improved flood lighting, corporate hospitality, and incorporated the installation of an in-track 3G pitch. That opened in 2016. Now, the original arrangement between Manchester and BVA was that BVA would manage the track and the hospitality, paying a lease but retaining the income. GLL, which is the City Council's leisure operator across most of its facility stock, would continue to manage and retain the income from the 3G pitch, which is pretty standard. So having taken over management of the venue in 2016, BVA went into administration in 2017, leaving the city with liability for the bank loan taken out, and effectively leaving the council with that liability, and leaving the City Council without the promised income from the lease of the stadium from BVA. The primary reasons cited for this by Manchester City Council, which was my consultee for the failed venture, were low spectator demand, which in my word turns into brackets need, BVA's over-optimistic business plan forecasting, which didn't come close to being realised, and the fact that the club failed commercially despite it being a new stadium, and the club itself having a regular and successful, in terms of trophies, presence in Speedway. So it was a successful club, it just wasn't pulling in the audience, despite having a newish stadium, the hospitality and the other amenities that one would, I think, expect to see in a functioning, arguably potentially successful stadium. So the MCC consultee, who, as I say, is the person directly responsible for management of this contract, said that the club had only survived because the council has not yet called in its debt. So BVA reformed as BVA 2018, and since that point, Manchester Leisure Services has agreed to allow it to use the stadium on 34 days a year. It does this for its junior, senior and European matches. The leisure operator now manages the venue, so instead of just running the pitch, it runs the whole venue, and it seeks to do what it can to take money out of the hospitality, conferencing and the other bits and pieces that it's in its interest to sell. Under this arrangement, BVA 2018 doesn't pay the lease, and it's only paying an amount to cover the cost of utilities and services on the 34 days that it uses the site. This was set up on the basis of a 2-year lease in 2018, and a 2-year extension, extended to 3 because of COVID, was agreed in 2020. Going forward, MCC will be asking BVA 2018 to pay an improved, although effectively still not market rate rent on its lease as of the financial year 2024-25. And as I mentioned, do you want me to finish off?
Please
Yes.
do.
And as I mentioned in paragraph 2.13, the analysis of the facilities contract manager is that Speedway is a dwindling spectator sport and requires a completely new strategy if it is to successfully engage with local people. And she was not confident about that. It does require additional uses of bookings to be sustainable, or to be as sustainable as it can be, because Speedway does not generate sufficient income to stand alone and continue, and it's still subsidised. Her view of the spectator base, well, it's largely white, male and working class and over 50. So I felt right at home. The impression gained is that other than a few diehard followers, attendance is an occasional rather than a regular feature of its fans' habits. Secondary spend reflects this demographic, is more pie and pint than a profitable catering offer. The only other point I would make is that Bellevue has a large and effectively discrete catchment, a Greater Manchester catchment of net population 2.5 million plus, within well more than that within half an hour's drive, or half an hour to an hour's drive. So in theory, it has all the characteristics that ought to enable it to attract a decent audience and a successful club. I think that's probably enough. If that's
And what? So effectively, so what has happened to Manchester and the way that it continues to operate?
Well, I think it's carrying, and at this season, it's carrying on and on this 34-day cover its own costs on the day basis. I don't know what is going to go on next year. The City Council certainly wishes to recoup more of its outgoings next year. Whether BVA will be in a position to do that, I don't know. The only other point I would make is that this statement is here, and this statement was checked and verified with the facilities contract manager at Manchester City Council before I put it in the report in exactly the form in which it appears.
Do you have a copy of, it should be 16.4.3, which you'll find on the website. 16.4.3, this was the appendix to Mr. Morris's evidence.
Okay, I have now.
What I'd invite you to look at, please, are pages 9 through to 12.
Okay.
It would appear that that which is at page 9 is a response, and that which is at pages 10 through to 12 was that which was sent to the facilities manager. The essential gist is whether or not you had reflected accurately or not, and secondly, whether you'd incorporated the words which are in italics, which are on page 9.
Sorry, I can't see any words in italics on page 9.
It should be 9 of 12 of PDF, which is 16.4.3.
Yeah, I've got that. Yeah. There's some in yellow, some highlighted in yellow.
If you have a look at the top of the page, starting from Nicky Boothroyd to redacted.
Yes.
And then it starts as a high mark.
Oh, so just above it? Just above
Just
that.
below that.
Just below that.
He's on internal page 9. Sorry, internal page
8. Internal page 8, but is PDF page 9.
So, right, yes. She asked me to add that. I think I'd already submitted the report, but that's fair. She did ask me to add that.
Right. So far as the report that you shared...
That first sentence is completely wrong because I checked the whole statement with Nicky Boothroyd directly.
And in respect of that statement, in terms of checking it with her, is that a matter where you had an exchange of emails?
Yes.
And did that exchange of emails indicate that there was anything incorrect about what you had put in your report?
No.
Is that something which, beyond today, you can provide
Yes.
to the inquiry?
Difficult to hear. I wonder if you could just repeat what you just said. Just trying to understand.
I said yes, I can provide the email in which...
No, the first sentence of the email.
First sentence of the email, hi Mark. So she says, apologies, I did speak with John Eady, but actually the exact words that go in the report are the words I sent to her to verify before I put them in the report. What I would acknowledge is I didn't put in the statement that's in italics. Okay.
The statement in italics, does that have a bearing upon what otherwise would be in your report?
No, I think it's her. I think legitimately, I think on the balance of seeing what I'd written and agreeing it, saying that she wanted to put something more positive in, which is a forward-facing aspiration. The goal is to retain the title and to lead the role, re-roll the restructure of the sport. It does imply that the sport itself needs a restructure. I'm not qualified to comment on that. And broaden its appeal to diverse groupings and communities in the local area with our neighbourhood networking team. So it is an aspirational statement. I could have put it in, but it isn't actually directly relevant to the report that I produced.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Now, you refer to Brandon Stadium. This is now returning, so you'll please leave 16.4.3 if you would, and return to your main proof of evidence. 2:15, you tell us about Brandon Stadium, I beg your pardon, and it being out of commission. A matter which was explored with Mr. Allen was the number of participants per week who would use the 3G pitch, and you agreed broadly with the 1,200 participants per week. Can you just explain to the Inspector what that figure amounts to and how that would be anticipated to build up over a year?
Well, that figure, there's in effect one programs a pitch on the basis of either full pitch operation or full pitch subdivision operation. That can cater for training, for junior matches, for adult matches. And what the Football Foundation and the FA have done, and in fact we've worked with the Football Foundation on the business plan model that's used for 3G pitches and is used to underpin the cost profile. That generally adds up with the range of activities that we've broadly put in the model programme in the other report to 1,200 visits a week, and that's, if you like, a Football Foundation estimate based on the wide range of pitches that are now in, or 3G football pitches that are now in operation. 1,200 user visits a week represents the variety of training, match play, weekend matches, central venue where relevant, and other uses that occur on 3G pitches. And effectively, it's the 1,200 users a week, and the multiplier up to 50,000 is a reasonable run through, because football usage is very, very regular, and it's a long season.
That I think was in context of assessing the extent of activity that might be anticipated at Brandon for speedway use. First of all, two aspects, matter raised by my learned friend, Mr. Richards, in his examination in chief of Mr. Allen, participation and spectators. Mm-hmm. How do you understand and assess the significance of those different aspects, sporting participation and spectators at sporting events, for the purposes of understanding issues relating to need and utilisation?
I think it's ANOG is essentially about a participation assessment model, and it was designed around sports halls, swimming pools and health and fitness facilities, and it has to a degree expanded out, but it's essentially a participation model. It isn't really used for spectator facilities in any significant degree. I'm not sure what else I could say, and ANOG is something we use. We probably do 40 or 50 indoor and built sports facility strategies every year. And none of those include provision for spectator facilities. It does include provision for more unusual sports, so that can extend to skateboarding, across a range of other things such as athletics, a range of outdoor activities, bowls, and other things, but not spectating.
And what's the nature of the participation feature? Where does that sit within Sport England, within national policy, so far as you understand it?
Well, it's all linked to the PFF and to Sport England's and planning policy guidance. I was trying to find the statement that sits in that guidance, which is really quite useful. Sporting planning guidelines within the ANOG guidance, the top line in terms of the foundations, that says that it's about the plan design and maintain.
Can we have document number and page?
Sorry, this isn't a document number. This is just out of the Sport England. This is off the Sport England planning guidance.
Oh right, so it's not within any of the documents.
So it's not ANOG.
Right.
Yes, it is. It's on Sport England's website as a description of what ANOG is designed to do.
Okay. Let's go to ANOG itself. That may be a matter of being able to short circuit that. Do you have ANOG, which is CD 15.1.4, available to you?
15.1.4.
CD 15.1.4.
I do now.
Do you have that in PDF form?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Looking at the Sport England's planning aim and objectives, you may find that in paragraph 1 on page 6 of the PDF.
So not the key principles.
Before that, the page before.
Planning aim and objectives. Okay.
Yeah. Highlights there the objectives: protect, enhance, provide, and it has a happy little figure 1 below, further exemplifying that.
Yeah.
And it's an inspection of new facilities that are fit for purpose and meet demands for participation now and in the future.
Yes.
That aspect relating to participation, and take you from page 12, 2 sets of reasons that are given: sports reasons and health reasons. All of these are PDF page references.
Yep. Okay.
For the sports reasons, sport and recreation plays a fundamental part in people's lives. The provision of the right facilities in the right place is central to enable people to play sport and maintain and grow participation. And then goes on, if I may, with the health reasons about sport plays a fundamental role in contributing towards a healthy nation, and looking at some of the aspects to achieving that. And indeed, the last paragraph on that page is, again, that link between planning and health.
Mm-hmm.
In respect of those features, and I can take you to a series of other references, for instance, on page 22, A23, which we've already referred to with Mr. Carter. So far as all of those aspects, as attributes are concerned, is there anything in there which directs the reader of this document to consider that it's a document looking to achieve something for sports spectating rather than sports participation?
No.
Now, it's fair to observe, as I did in my questions to Mr. Allen, that there are some, among other things, templates and other aspects to the document that do refer to spectating, for instance, for sports halls.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you would recognise? For instance, if you have a look on document page 65, PDF. Under quality, the last line.
Yep.
And indeed on the template on page 100. How would you say that the inspector, if asked to consider that ANOG was a document also directed towards spectators as well as participation, how the inspector ought to deal with that?
I think The issue of spectating comes up with regard to sports halls. It comes up with regard to seats next to swimming pools. But it's not the fundamental driver of the ANOG process. I think it's, as you move up in performance level, there's a tendency to attract more spectators. But fundamentally, ANOG is about, in other words, you need sports for spectators. You can't have spectators without sports. So there's a fundamental rationale that the ANOG is about provision of the sports space. And for some aspects of those sports, provision of some level of spectator capacity. As I say, whether it's seats next to a swimming pool or potential bleacher seats, for example, in a sports hall, comes into the equation, but it's not fundamentally part of the ANOG process. It's more part of the, as it's rightly placed in here, part of the quality assessment process with regard to the overall amenity value of the venue.
Thank you. 2 points arising particularly out of that. First is, how many participants are there for Speedway and, as far as is relevant, stock car racing, and does that figure within any form of Sport England analysis in respect of either or both of those sports?
There are, as far as I'm aware, no figures for either. They're not caught in the Active Lives survey. The sport, Speedway as a sport, is recognised. But I think the percentages of participants are so low that they are not statistically caught by Active Lives.
Now, you say Speedway as a sport is recognised. Is
Yes.
stock car racing
No.
as a sport recognised? What's the consequence or significance, if any, of being recognised by Sport England?
I think the primary consequence is probably that its planners would have a greater level of disposition to comment or opine on the potential impact of a venue of any time that relates to that sport. But in essence, their planners are there around the participation impacts.
And participation impacts, so far as Brandon Stadium as a speedway venue, how many participants are we talking about utilising that? Because when it's going to come down to one aspect, potentially, of a planning balance for the inspector, not the only one, but is how many may be using it if it were instead used as a 3G pitch?
Well, I can only rely on the figures that were provided by one of my colleagues earlier. I think he talked about six riders in each team, in a speedway team. So that's 12 across an evening, as opposed to 1,200 across a week. And there are intermittent evenings of participation. So clearly the figures are exponentially different in terms of participation.
Second, sorry.
I think for everybody's note it was 7. I don't think it's
Seven.
going to. I don't think it's going. I don't think it's going to make a difference between 6 and 7.
Is that 6 in a reserve? Yes. I'm not sure.
Fine. Thank you very much for that. So far as stock car racing and participants there, your views, please, as to the evaluation of them as participants within that sport, even if it's not recognised by Sport England.
Well, I think that the drivers and the teams are participants in that sport. I don't think it's for me to be derogatory about stock car racing as a sport. I'm not sure you'd call it physical activity, but other motorsports, which arguably only involve the same level of physical activity, are encompassed by Sport England's definition. So this is...
Catch some of that. Can you repeat that, please?
I think it is the people who are taking part in stock car racing are taking part in a sport. They are competing with each other on a track. I don't think there's any argument about that. The fact that it's not recognised is another factor. I don't want to be derogatory about involvement in stock car racing because I don't have no reason to be. I don't think it would be regarded by most health and sports practitioners as physical activity, but it is a sport.
And in terms of the sort of numbers that we're dealing with, in terms of stock car racing?
I don't know. Again, based on figures that were quoted earlier, you can have up to 30 cars in a race, so I presume that's 30 participants in a race. I presume you have more than one race of an evening, so there's either a multiple of that or some people perhaps race more than once. I don't know.
Thank you. Second aspect, the significance of spectators for the purposes of understanding the application of need for a facility of the sort recognised in policy.
Well, I think Spottingham makes the statement that its planning guidelines within ANOG talk about plan, design and maintain buildings, developments, facilities, land and environments that enable people to lead active lifestyles. That's part of the ANOG rationale. And I think in terms of placing ANOG and defining it, I think that's probably the primary statement. There is no statement that relates to spectating in any real sense.
Thank you very much. Now, you're starting off with the Speedway and the assessment there. Before we come to any balancing exercise, it may be appropriate for at least to be directed towards the inspector. Secondly, if we can turn to the 3G pitch. Unless there's anything else you'd like to deal with at Speedway at this stage. 3G pitch, again, that's CD 3.1. Assist the inspector, if you would, at least in outline, as to how you consider one should go about assessing need, what you did in that regard, and what, if anything, are your conclusions based on that exercise?
Well, the standard, there is a prescribed methodology for assessing need for playing pitches. We're pretty good at it because we wrote it, and it's been in place since 2013, and it is the standard guidance. In this instance, because it wasn't a whole authority assessment, it was an assessment of a particular venue, we go out to a radius of 5 miles from the potential venue, and we assess clubs, and the clubs list we assessed was based on a list provided by the Birmingham County FA. And I would stress at this point that we consulted the same groups of, or same agencies as did Neil in his exercise. So they refer to, what one does is tends to work on the basis of assessing need of larger clubs. So we only went to the clubs that have more than 5 teams, of which there are 10 within the catchment. 9 of them responded to our invitation to be consulted as part of this. Of those, as I say, 9 responded, so 1 was discounted. Of those, 4 told us that they were satisfied and fully sorted out in respect of the facilities to which they currently have access. 5 are in a position where they have a shortfall in the context of where their teams can train and play. Now, the number of teams amount that, in effect, those 5 clubs account for is 103, based on their current provision. That's the number of teams at the 5 clubs that suggested they would like to make use of Brandon Were pitch to become available there, full-size pitch. One often does a factoring in exercise when one predicts forward according to the club's prediction of their future growth. You can factor that in or not. It tends to be counted in a full PPG 17 exercise, so a full playing pitch strategy exercise. We have nonetheless stuck to the 103 figure. So the 5 clubs have 103 teams. It is generally deemed, or it is deemed by the Football Foundation, that you need 38 teams to make a 3G pitch viable within the relevant catchment. They are all within the relevant catchment. They all expressed a willingness to use that facility were it to become available. And therefore we constructed a business plan on the basis of a clearly established need for the facility within the catchment and on the basis of the club's interests in using that venue.
Now, you also looked at the need within, certainly arising in Coventry.
Yes.
That arose at effectively a figure for Coventry of those that are desirous, needing pitches, and you have set that out in your CD 3.1. Explain to us what you derive from that in terms of the need and where that need is exemplified within Coventry, first of all, and why Coventry is relevant, if at all.
Well, Coventry is relevant because the 5-mile radius of Brandon extends into both Rugby and Coventry. Coventry has an up-to-date playing pitch strategy. It's published this year. It was done by us. But we haven't particularly revisited that. We have simply revisited the clubs that are within the catchment of Brandon Stadium. Same applies to those clubs which are within Rugby, within that same catchment. It's quite common with regard to, when one does a playing pitch strategy, one also considers an area outside the boundary of the local authority for which the playing pitch strategy is conducted, because there is a transfer of use to, people don't recognise local authority boundaries, so there is deemed to be a transfer of use in and out of that authority. So that would happen in any event in a playing pitch strategy. In this instance, we simply worked on the basis of a 5-mile radial catchment, effectively a 20-minute drive catchment for the facility.
Now, do you have the hard copy or the PDF of CD 3.1, which is the playing 3G pitch study?
The July 23 update.
23.
Yes, I have that.
Can I ask you to go to the hard copy, page 10, PDF page 12?
Okay.
There are two tables, table 3.3 and table 3.4, which are shown there. One shows a current shortfall of 2 pitches, full-size 3G pitches. The other shows a future shortfall of 3.75.
Yep.
First of all, are those to be added together, or is it in fact 2 becomes 3.75, i.e. there is a future addition of 1.75?
That is exactly right, yes.
Thank you. Correct. With regard to those figures, what are they showing and over what time frame? Current is presumably current, now. What does future show and over what time frame?
Well, the current obviously shows what the demand is, what the excessive demand over supply is at this moment in time, i.e. 2022-23, when the needs assessment and the strategy were prepared. The future shortfall relates to the local plan period, so it predicts forward to 2040. And it reflects population increases, housing growth, and the programmes that are upcoming in the sport, and the aspirations and plans of the individual clubs. So it's
Say local plan period to 2040?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in Coventry, for example, there's quite extensive housing development in one particular part of the city which will expand the population. So it's projected forward, as I say, based on what they call the TGA, team generation rate, which relates to population, demographics, and a variety of related factors. So that 3.75 figure is over the period, the next 15 years.
But just as we are at the moment, it's a figure of 2.
Yes.
And so far as table, if I move on to Rugby, is there an up-to-date playing pitch strategy that's been published in Rugby?
There is a playing pitch strategy which is due for publication. I don't think it has as yet been published.
The exercise that you've done, what's the position on any published playing pitch strategy? What does that show, if anything, in terms of a shortfall or need within the Rugby administrative area?
Well, I think I heard the 2015 PPS playing pitch strategy quoted by Mr. Allen. Effectively, a playing pitch strategy which is more than 5 years old and hasn't been refreshed, or more than 3 years old. Sorry, it's more than 3 years old and hasn't been refreshed, or is more than 5 years old with a refresher period, is deemed to be in effect defunct. So I would say it was misleading to quote the 2015 PPS because it's fundamentally out of date. The contemporary PPS, which, as I say, will, I presume, be published at some point in the near future, will have an updated, both current and future demand figure.
Thank you. Your table 3.9 on PDF page 15, hard copy page 13, shows a shortfall of full 3G full-size 3G pitches of 2.25. Is that present or is that looking forward?
That's current demand, but that's current demand across the authority. So it doesn't relate specifically to the Brandon area. That's the
Right.
authority.
So authority-wide, you've assessed that there's a 2.25
Yes.
shortfall. What do you say about Brandon itself? Have you carried out anything more refined to arrive at a figure?
Well, Brandon is one. What happens with a PPS is the authority is divided into analysis areas, and Brandon is in one of those areas, and one would have to go to the new PPS to assess the extent to which there is deemed to be a shortfall in that area.
In the absence of that exercise, how do you assess whether Brandon is a...
I would say, given the
location?
size of rugby and the way it works out, I would certainly presume that the Brandon area was deficient in 3G provision. I don't think I can and should quote
No,
the PPS because it's not been...
it's not available, so no, I'm not asking you to go there at all. With regard to the your assessment set out in your study, what do you say is the need, and how do you say that need manifests itself?
Well, as I said just now, we've assessed that there are 103 teams across 5 multi-team clubs within the 5-mile catchment who have some level of need or demand for a facility. As we also point out, there are other venues at which a facility could be developed. However, at present, there are no developments planned or forthcoming. So Brandon, by virtue of being possibly the first of the stocks, would be an attractive proposition for those clubs that need a facility.
Now, it was being suggested, in fact, beyond suggested, contended, that there were likely concerns as to the potential for teams either not to go to Brandon if it was built, or if they did go to Brandon, if it was built, that they would dematerialise and go somewhere else. And this was set out in Mr. Allen's proof of evidence. I think in particular, variety of comments at his paragraph 6.9, hard copy, page 21
Yes.
of his proof of evidence, which is 16.1.2.
Yes, I've got 6.9 here.
Now, 6.9 and its various features are also, to a degree, manifested again in 6.11 in terms of his critique of these matters.
Yes.
First of all, by reference to any of the relevant parties that he's cited, the planning manager from Sport England, the sport and leisure development officers from rugby, relevant officer from Coventry City Council, Football Foundation and Birmingham County Football Association. The essential upshot was this was not an area where one should be going for a 3G pitch. Your view as to whether or not that is a fair assessment as to the assessment of need and the potential for the site to deliver on that need?
I think it's, without sugarcoating it, I think it's a venue at which a 3G pitch could be developed, which is going to be relevant to a range of clubs. Is it a perfect venue? That's debatable, and that's in the eye of the beholder. And Mr. Allen also referenced a number of other venues at which a 3G pitch might feasibly in the future be developed. Well, that's true. That's true of every study that one does at this time. Most schools would like a full-size 3G pitch. It's an incredibly flexible resource for physical education and games. As it happens at the moment, only one has even had a preliminary discussion with the Football Foundation. All the others are, I think the word we used was simply aspirational at this stage. So were a fit pitch to be developed, at Brandon, it would be used because there's a substantial level of demand, and it's at a place which is reasonably accessible and will have the sort of amenity that makes it usable. So, for example, having 80 car parking spaces might make it substantially more usable than some school settings where parking is often at a premium. That said, there's no question that there are, in the future, other potential options, but there are none on the table.
If those potential options became available, would they threaten Brandon?
I thought Mr. Allen's comments were a bit mischievous about that. I think if a club is settled and has a good relationship with an operator and is coupled with the quality and the cost of the amenity it's using, then they're unlikely to up sticks and move. They're all within the catchment. Virtually every child, for example, who plays football is driven to the match. So whether it's 5 minutes or 10 minutes or 15 minutes from home is not a huge factor. What is very significant for the clubs is a level of security tenure. So whether there is an anchor club in place or whether it's a regular venue for certain age group teams or whatever, I think that potential, it's there, because at the end of the day a customer can up and go, but that's true of any amenity, any sports centre, any badminton club, football club, anywhere. But in practice, in my opinion, it doesn't happen that often.
Do you actually have experience of pitches which are brought forward which suffer the sort of fate which Mr. Allen seemed to be raising as a spectre?
Well, no, I did have a check back on the Fiji pitches for which we've done previous business planning work, and there are probably 15 or 20 of them, of various types, some on school sites, some freestanding. And we also evaluate those on every playing pitch strategy. So we had a particular look at standalone 3G pitches, as that was an issue raised. For example, there's one in Crewe called the Alexandra Soccer Centre, which funnily enough is run by the equivalent of Sky Blues in the community, the Crewe Alexandra EFL set up. And that's been in place.
So as a standalone, does that mean it is a 3G pitch that either does or doesn't have other pitches with it?
It's a 3G pitch that sits on its own without surrounding grass pitches. There are others. There's Colmer's 3G in Birmingham, for example, which is run by the council. That's been in place since 2019. But the Alexandra Centre has been there since 2011. And in fact, they're just renewing the carpet because it comes up for renewal around every 10 years. And that's run by the Crewe Alex Trust in broadly the same model as has been proffered for Brandon.
Because it was suggested that because it isn't in combination with a variety of other grass pitches, that would be problematic to it.
No, not problematic.
Does it give rise to a higher propensity of there being some future of commercial failure?
No.
Perhaps we can run through, if we may, the paragraph 611 of Mr. Allen and various points there. The first bullet point at the bottom of page 22 was that the demand for the clubs for the pitch was a bit tentative.
Yeah.
And that effectively gave rise to risk.
Yep.
Your view?
Well, it's not. They're not. It's not tentative. It's it's assessment of current need. Clubs will say what their current level of demand is. As I said, we approached 10, 9 consulted, 4 had other plans, 5 were interested. If another 3G pitch popped up tomorrow, it might be a different scenario. But in essence, we have 103 teams confirmed within the catchment for which this would be a viable option. I think one of the things that gives us confidence about our needs assessment is our experience of doing this, but also the business plan is that we have actually developed the model via which the Football Foundation assesses these, the business plan and operating model with Grant Thornton, which is now used for the business planning and operation cost models for 3G pitches.
The second bullet point on the next page, whether or not Sky Blues in the community would actually still have a demand that they may grasshopper elsewhere. Any suggestion of that?
Well, it's Sky Blue in the community is already running 2 other sites. So from the point of view of viability, that gives us quite a level of confidence. It's already successfully running 2 sites. We haven't included any demand or use from its 25 community teams. They are a potential user of the site, but they're not factored in to our initial calculation because they weren't within the 5-mile catchment. But they are undoubtedly, and there are other teams that club and the its community trust runs, which may well have a use for the site. What Sky Blues in the community potentially brings is other daytime, early evening programs like Man v Fat and some of the other programs that are run on a national basis under the umbrella of the EFL Trust, which drives a range of walking, football and related sort of programs, some of which involve daytime access as well.
Thank you. Third bullet point. If projects that might arise under the PPS are progressed, then perhaps, again, this site will no longer succeed, will no longer thrive.
Well, I've sort of covered that, but I think one of the words used in Mr. Allen's report was opportunistic. I think while there's a strategic framework around the development of 3G pitches, what tends to happen is an agency that wants one puts its hand up first. And what happens there is, if that's developed, the shape of the jigsaw changes, the demand profile in an area changes. And there's capacity to roll with that within a PPS exercise. It doesn't mean that one becomes redundant and another takes it on. There's not a normally at least, a mass migration of users from one to another. Until and unless that facility deteriorates, if the quality declines, that does happen. But in general, if a club is settled and happy at a venue and its parents and young people are used to using it, they stay with it. No particular appetite for.
Thank you. Fourth bullet point, pricing policy.
Yep, this is in, as we say in paragraph 5.9, it's in line with other facilities and in line with the approach to pricing that the Football Foundation funded 3Gs take in any event. It also represents what we would call a football development approach, i.e. there will be training, there will be match play, and there will be an element of what you might call casual recreational use, five-a-side play. That's the sort of, there's a recreational model and there's a football development model within there.
Quite a fine point about fifth bullet point, programme of use shows small-sided football leagues. What's the demand for that?
Well, the demand is usually quite substantial, and there is no specific analogue for that, and it's mischievous to suggest that we should consult about that because one doesn't. But it's reasonable to expect that there would be a demand for it over and above that, for example, which services or applies to the Wolston facility, for example.
Then there appear to be weekends at full capacity for match play, and what happens if that effectively goes in one direction or all the venue or the fixtures go somewhere else, whether or not this would have an effect on income. Is that something which is predictable?
It would if it happened, but it doesn't happen very often. As I said earlier, a club is settled, it's got a weekend venue for its fixtures, a good quality venue, quality changing rooms, the pricing and the relationship it has with the operator is good. It's not, without very good reason, go to up sticks and go somewhere else.
A query regarding the management model.
Yes.
Seventh bullet point, where does that take? Any criticism for this?
Well, I don't think it does. There are pitches are managed by a range of different agencies, some directly by a school, where they're located on a school, some by, as we've mentioned, professional clubs, where they're part of their trust network. Some are managed by independent trusts and agencies, by local authorities, or operators like GLL, as I mentioned, in Manchester, operating them on their behalf. The operating model for this is just one of the options. I think the council's made it clear that it doesn't want to manage it, which is fine, but Sky Blues in the community, as I've said already, is already managing 2 sites, so it clearly has a pedigree in that area. And that seemed to us to be a potential and logical solution to the model, or to the management of the site, I should say.
Thank you. 8th bullet point about pavilion utility costs look a little on the low side.
Well, I'd refer you back to our point about us doing the operating model, cost model for the Football Foundation. Where I would acknowledge, I think, we didn't put in a sinking fund for pavilion placement, partly because we were still debating the operating model and whether Sky Blues in the community might take on a lease, in which case it would become its responsibility.
So is that effectively a downstream issue?
It's an issue for which one plans now, which is a downstream issue, same as the replacement of the carpet.
I understand, thank you. Suggests an alternative approach, which is waiting for some other day for various people to come up with what they think their priorities are.
I think Mr. Allen misrepresent, apart from using the word opportunistic in his report, in other areas of his report, misrepresented the way in which this happens. What happens is a school or an entity puts up its hands, it wants to have a pitch, if that is considered then in the context of the demand for that pitch at that time at which that pitch will be developed, and decisions are made on that basis. As I said earlier, what that then does is alters the equation of demand in a given local area because an element of it has then been serviced. So the, if you like, the lines move. But in essence, within a framework, there's an opportunistic element to it in that those who wish to do it get their hands up, and then those opportunities are assessed in the context of the demand that's there and the capacity of the agency to take it on.
The process of looking at various sites within that context, who is it anticipated will actually be providing the sites, providing the land, providing the revenue, providing the establishment costs?
At the other sites?
Well, I think
a couple of school sites are referenced. Culloden Castle in Coventry is a sort of school and a leisure centre on the same site. So that arguably would be probably built on the school site, because I don't think there's any more room at the leisure centre, and probably operated by the Coventry Trust, which manages the facilities in the city. The other two school sites almost certainly would be built on or over existing grass pitch sites, which would mean they would have to go through a process, because a loss of a grass pitch, even for a new artificial grass pitch, has to go through the same sort of process as we're discussing today. So there's a lot of ground to cover in those projects as and when the agencies and or the schools or the entities involved put their hands up and say, we would like to do this. It's normally the case that a level of match funding has to be found by the applicant school or academy trust or partner in any event, so that's also part of that equation.
Thank you very much. Now, just in the text immediately below that 9th bullet point is there's a question raised, rhetorical: is this the best site for a 3G pitch in Rugby or Coventry? Is there a cited national or other policy basis for that?
No.
Is there a national or other policy basis for that particular posed question?
No.
Thank you. There's a criticism about an absence of a business plan. Have you provided a business plan?
We did.
There's a contention that this is not a priority area or a strategic priority.
I think Mr. Allen's interpretation of some of the comments made by the agencies he consulted has led him to make some statements which I don't think are fully validated. I think if you said to them, is it their absolute preferred location, they would say no. If you said to them, is this a no-no, they won't say that, because it isn't. It's a site in an area in which there is demand. And I think none of them has said no. One or two have said they could think of better sites, but those sites are not at the moment on the table, so there is no other option.
So there's no other option in being at the moment?
No.
Suggestion is that a 3G pitch at Brandon would just be one more 3G. Is that a helpful observation?
Well, I guess in the strict sense of the term, that's true. It will be just more than 3G. It'll be a 3G which accommodates up to 38 teams, clubs and teams, or teams from a range of clubs, a range of recreational football activity, and potentially, if run by Sky Blues in the community, some of the community programmes that tend to come with the association with the EFLT.
Thank you. Stock car racing, if I can move from 3G to that. This is, as Mr. Carter has explained, is the contended preferred, effectively partner activity to go alongside the speedway at the Brandon Stadium on the basis of Mr. Carter and the group's contended form of development, what, if any, assessment or allowance have you made for stock car racing for the purposes of understanding whether or not that which is at Brandon is viable?
Well, we've made very limited reference to it, as Mr. Carter rightly points out. And I can't really say much more than that we didn't cover it to the same depth as we managed, or we attempted to cover Speedway.
So far as stock car racing, is that a matter to which Mr. Osborne can provide any assistance?
I would say Mr. Osborne has far greater expertise in that area than I do.
Thank you very much. Turning, if we may, to your proof of evidence and your conclusions to your proof of evidence, not asking you to read those, but what do you say having regard to the viability of Speedway and, secondly, the desirability or otherwise of the 3G pitch, and what, if anything, do you say constitutes the output of a consideration of those two aspects?
I suppose essentially what we say is that on the basis of the evidence that is available about Speedway, the omens would not be good in the context of trying to reinstate a viable entity on the site, given the broader decline, if you want to use that term, or reduction in the volume of activity going on in Speedway over the last 10 years. In a participation sense, arguably it's no contest, because the level of participation will be exponentially greater should a 3G pitch be installed at the site. That's not a value judgment about the two sports, that's simply a statement of fact around the levels of participation that will be enabled.
Mr. Eady, is there anything further you'd like to add at this stage?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Goatley. Mr. Eady. So I think that brings us to a close for today's session. It's not worth starting anything else now. So we'll just finish a little bit early this afternoon. So tomorrow we're going to continue with your cross-examination, firstly by the Council's advocate and then the Rule 6 party advocate. We're starting at 9:30 again in the morning. Anything further from anybody just before we close?
Yes, please.
Yeah, certainly. Go on then, Mr. Richard.
You asked for details of the SCS planning application. Yes. If we make the link to the council's application page available as a core document, will you be satisfied to click on that link and go looking for yourself for what information you need, or do you want us to download some documents off that application page and make them core documents?
I'm happy with the link. It makes life a bit easier for yourselves, doesn't it? I appreciate that.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you told us, for example, you wanted the design and access statement or whatever, then we could provide that.
Yeah.
But I think you probably want to go rummaging.
Well, I don't know what's there exactly, so I can't really comment on what I want or what I will revert to.
I mean, if
the
you
link
have
would
a
be
look,
the best solution, I think.
Yeah, well, we'll give you the link, and if you then turn around to us and say, right, I'd like you to download the following documents and make them core documents in our appeal, we'll do that. But initially,
Yeah.
we'll give you the link.
I'm very happy with the link, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Mr. Humphreys.
Yeah, Madam, just briefly, we're just sitting tomorrow morning, as I recall, not tomorrow afternoon. Do you have a cut-off time? Is it sort of 1 o'clock you're envisaging? Just
Let's say it's flexible.
Yeah.
Because I think I'd rather just get through the evidence. And
Exactly.
if we have to go through and we're here till 3 o'clock, then so be it.
No. That's helpful. I'm almost certain we don't get in.
I think we probably might manage it by 1 o'clock.
I think so.
We...
I just asked now rather than finding out tomorrow.
No.
Oh no, we've got.
It's not an absolute cut-off.
No,
put it that way.
No. I'm not pushing it.
No, okay.
I would have thought that between the three of us, we ought to be able to cross-examine and re-examine by 1 o'clock.
I would hope so, but I'll leave that with you. But as I say, it's not an absolute cut-off. There is some flexibility. Okay.
The only thing, ma'am, is whether or not at this time it is premature to revisit what we might be doing in terms of the programme into next week, or whether you'd like to leave that to tomorrow.
If we have time to do it now, I'm happy to look at it now, but I thought the advocates were going to go away and just collaborate and consider various availabilities of different witnesses and orders and come back to me
we
with a
haven't
suggested programme.
actually done that yet, so perhaps we might do it now and then revisit the position in the morning.
That'll be helpful, yeah. If you want to spend some time now just discussing that and let me know in the morning, that's absolutely fine. Yeah, okay then. So we will adjourn for today then, and as I say, we're back here tomorrow at 9:30. So thank you, everybody.